1. Listen carefully. The reason you are hearing this now is because heaven has paused everything else around you. This is not noise. This is not coincidence. This is the final call, an urgent warning wrapped inside a blessing. A door is opening before you, and you cannot afford to ignore it. You have always felt different. That sense of being out of place was not rejection, it was confirmation. Every sleepless night, every tear you tried to hide, every weight you carried that others never saw, was proof that you were marked for something greater. You were not designed to blend in, you were designed to stand out. Think of a lighthouse battered by storms. Waves crash violently. Winds roar without mercy. Yet the light never goes out. That light is you. Though the storms raged, you remained. Though the enemy tried to silence you, your flame has continued to shine. Heaven has been guarding you for this very moment. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young man who felt invisible. He worked in silence, gave in secret, endured ridicule without reply. He thought God had forgotten him. But what he did not know was that his hidden season was shaping him into a warrior. Years later, when God finally lifted him into his calling, he realized every closed door, every lonely night, had been part of his preparation. That young man's story is your reflection. You are not being overlooked. You are being refined. You ask, why has the journey been so heavy? Because the weight of your destiny is heavy. Gold must pass through fire before it shines. Diamonds must be pressed before they sparkle. And chosen ones must be tested before they are trusted. Now hear this. Heaven is not just inviting you. Heaven is warning you. This is the edge where hesitation can cost eternity. Many hear the call but dismiss it, thinking they will have another chance. But you are not promised tomorrow. You are only promised now. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Do you see it? Fear is what held you back until now. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear that you are not enough. But this final call comes to remind you, you are not defined by fear. You are armed with power. You are not abandoned. You are wrapped in love. Your mind is not chaos, it is sound, steady, prepared for what is coming next. Imagine standing at a train platform. The train of destiny pulls in. The doors open. You hear the conductor's voice. Final call. Those who hesitate will watch it leave without them. But those who step forward despite trembling hands, despite uncertain hearts, will find themselves carried into a new future. Chosen one. You are at that platform right now. The final call is sounding. Will you board, or will you stay behind? This message is striking your heart because it was sent directly for you. Heaven does not waste words, and your spirit knows it is true. That is why you feel the weight pressing in. That is why you cannot just scroll past this moment. I invite you respond. Type in the comments, I hear you. Lord, that one sentence is not for me, but for heaven. It is your signature, your yes. And when you declare it, chains begin to break. And if this word has stirred something inside you, share it. Because there is another chosen one out there, waiting for their sign. And you might be the very vessel that carries it to them. Do not keep this flame hidden. Let others see the light. And if you have not yet, subscribe so you remain connected. This is only the first word in a journey that will unfold piece by piece, leading you deeper into the purpose for which you were created. Chosen one. This is your moment. The heavens are watching. Do not miss this final call. Comment this number now as a prophetic act, 777. It marks the completion of the old and the opening of the new. Let it be your declaration that you are ready to step forward. You might still wonder, why me? Why now? The answer is simple yet powerful. You are living proof that God's plan cannot be stopped. Every time the enemy tried to break you, you rose again. Every time you were counted out, heaven counted you in. That is why you cannot ignore this word. It is not just encouragement, it is direction. Think of the potter's wheel. The clay feels pressure from every side. Spinning, pressed, reshaped. To the clay, it feels like chaos. But to the potter, it is design. That is your life. What felt like chaos was never destruction. It was design. And the final call is heaven's announcement. The potter has finished his shaping. Now, he is ready to reveal you. This is why the Spirit pressed you to pause here. You could have scrolled past. You could have dismissed more running. You have carried enough, cried enough, waited enough. Now, you are stepping into the moment you were prepared for. So, seal it, declare it, write it, speak it. Let the number 777 be your prophetic stamp that the old is complete and the new is ready. Share this word, because light multiplies when it is given away. And stay connected, because what is coming next will only build you stronger, higher, and deeper into your destiny. The final call has sounded. The choice is yours. You were marked from birth. Before your first cry echoed in the room, heaven had already whispered your name. While others saw an ordinary child, the unseen realm recognized a threat to darkness. Your journey, chosen one, has never been random. From the very beginning, invisible hands have been guiding, shielding, and preparing you. Perhaps you look back at your childhood and wonder why your path felt so different from those around you. Other children laughed freely, but you carried questions too heavy for your age. Where they found belonging, you often felt like an outsider. It was not rejection, it was separation. The same way Joseph dreamed while his brothers mocked him. You too were given glimpses of greatness that set you apart. From your earliest days, life placed weights on you that others never knew. Some grew up carefree, but you learned to fight battles in silence. Some lived with constant affirmation, while you lived with constant misunderstanding. You may have even thought you were cursed, when in reality you were chosen. Think of an olive. To release oil, it must be crushed. From the outside, it looks like destruction. But within that crushing lies the very treasure that carries healing, light, and anointing. That is your story. Every crushing you endured was unlocking the oil within you. What the enemy meant as harm, heaven used as preparation. There was once a boy named Samuel who felt overlooked even in his own house. When the prophet came to anoint the future king, Samuel's older brothers were paraded before him, stronger, taller, favored. Yet none were chosen. Hidden in the fields was David, forgotten by his father, dismissed by his brothers, but seen by God. That is the mystery of the chosen. The world overlooks them, but heaven marks them. You are not overlooked. You are hidden until the right time. Your struggles have been the evidence. The hardships you faced were not accidents, but confirmations that your assignment is weighty. A soldier is not given heavy armor unless he is expected to fight significant battles. The load you carried proves the size of the destiny waiting to unfold. Think of a diamond trapped within the earth, pressed under immense weight, buried in darkness for years, unseen by the world above. Yet when uncovered, it shines brighter than any other stone. That is you, your hidden years, your silent endurance, your unseen tears. They are not wasted. They are polishing you into the reflection of glory. As the Lord declared in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 19, "They will fight against you, but will not overcome you. For I am with you and will rescue you, declares the Lord." This word is not just a promise to a prophet of old. It is God's voice echoing into your own battles. Every force that has risen against you, every person who tried to silence you, every storm that threatened to consume you, none of them could succeed. You are still here. That is proof enough. Imagine a tree planted beside a river. While the saplings around it are satisfied with shallow soil, this tree grows in unseen places. Storms may bend its branches. Winds may strip its leaves. But because its roots are deep, it does not fall. That tree is you. The storms in your life did not uproot you. They only proved your depth. There was a young woman who constantly wondered why friendships failed her. Every group she tried to belong to eventually pushed her away. She cried, thinking something was wrong with her. Years later, she realized that God was protecting her from voices that would have silenced her gift. She was marked to stand alone for a season, so she could stand strong later for a generation. Her loneliness was not a curse, it was a shield. The same is true for you, chosen one. Even the attacks on your life have been signs of your calling. Darkness does not waste energy on those who pose no threat. The very fact that the enemy targeted you so fiercely is proof that your future is dangerous to him. If you were ordinary, you would have been ignored. But because you are extraordinary, you have been opposed. Do not despise the path that shaped you. Every scar on your heart is a testimony waiting to be spoken. Every battle you endured in silence is a weapon forming in your hands. And the very tears you shed in secret will become rivers of healing for others. Think of fire refining gold. The metal screams under the heat. Yet when the flames subside, the impurities are gone, and what remains is radiant. Your fire seasons have not destroyed you, they have revealed the gold within. Do you see it now? From the moment you were born, you were set apart. Your struggles were not punishments, but preparations. Your rejections were not failures, but redirections. Every piece of your journey, even the ones you hated, has been working together to confirm that you are chosen. And so, as you stand in this moment, looking back on all you endured, let the truth settle deep. You were marked from birth. Nothing in your life has been wasted. Nothing has been random. Everything has been pointing you toward the destiny you were created to fulfill. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. You are chosen. And the mark has been on you since before the beginning. And when you finally realize that you were marked from the beginning, peace will settle in your spirit. You will stop comparing your path to others, because yours was never meant to look the same. You will no longer resent the weight, because you now see it as a crown in disguise. The very scars you tried to hide will shine as proof of survival, and this truth will keep echoing: chosen, marked, preserved, and unstoppable. You have carried weights others never even saw, the unspoken burdens, the silent tears, the invisible wars. These have all been yours to hold, and yet you are still here. Do you know what that means? It means you are built differently. The weight you carry is not random. It is proof that your life is meant to shake nations. Others may never understand why you feel things so deeply. They might dismiss your heaviness as weakness. But it is not weakness. It is sensitivity given to you by God. A heart tuned to heaven's frequency. Where others walk blindly past pain, you stop. You see. You feel. And because of that, you carry what they cannot. Think of a bridge spanning a river. People cross every day, unaware of the hidden steel beams beneath their feet. They don't realize the weight pressing down, or the strength required to hold it all together. That bridge is you. You have carried others across seasons of hardship, quietly holding them up while they never even noticed your strain. There is a story of Moses, weary in battle. As long as his hands were raised, Israel prevailed. But when his strength faltered, the enemy began to win. So Aaron and Hur stood beside him, lifting his arms when he could not. That story mirrors your life. You have been the one lifting for others, but too often, no one has lifted for you. Still, you did not fall. You stood. You held on. You endured. According to what is revealed in the book of Psalms, chapter 55, verse 22, cast your cares on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never let the righteous be shaken. This is the invitation for you now. You were not designed to carry everything alone. Yes, you are strong. Yes, you are chosen. But the secret of your strength is not in how much you can endure. It is in how much you can release into the hands of the one who called you. The enemy has tried to convince you that asking for help is weakness. But look deeper. True weakness is pretending you don't need God. Strength is surrender. Power is dependence. Glory is knowing that what you cannot carry, He carries with you. Imagine a jar filled with water, carried too long in trembling hands. Drops spill, arms ache, and eventually the jar slips. But then, imagine setting that jar into the hands of a giant who carries it with ease, smiling at how small the weight feels to him. That is what happens when you cast your cares on the Lord. What breaks, you cannot break him. Chosen one, your weight has been real. Your tears have been valid. But none of it has been wasted. The heaviness was the evidence of your calling. And now, the call is not just to endure, but to release. So, I ask you now, respond. Write these words in the comments. Lift me, Lord, not because you are weak, but because you are wise enough to know you cannot do it alone. When you write it, you are not just typing letters, you are making a declaration. You are choosing to hand over the weight that has been crushing you. You are saying, I am ready for divine exchange. I give my burden. I receive his strength. End of cruise. When others see your comment, they will find courage to admit their own need. You might become the voice that gives someone else permission to release what they have carried too long. And in that simple act, you will be part of breaking a cycle of silent suffering. You have been strong long enough. Now it is time to be carried. And in that carrying, you will discover what true strength feels like, the strength of being held by the everlasting arms. You may not realize it, but even your silence has been a testimony. People have watched you endure storms without understanding how you survived. They wondered why you didn't collapse under pressure, why you didn't lose your mind when the battles raged. What they couldn't see was the unseen hand holding you together. You were never standing on your own. Heaven has been your unseen foundation. There is something powerful about admitting, I cannot do this alone. It is not defeat, it is alignment. The moment you confess your dependence on God, you open the door for supernatural strength to flood in. It is like a cracked vessel that suddenly allows light to pour through. Your cracks are not failures. They are openings for His glory. Think of an eagle carrying a branch. At first, it seems manageable, but as the wind rises, the branch becomes a burden. The eagle does not fight against the wind. Instead, it spreads its wings and lets the wind carry both itself and the branch higher. That is the invitation for you. Stop fighting alone and let the Spirit carry you. What feels like resistance can become your lift if you surrender it. Lift me, Lord. These 3 words are not just a plea. They are a surrender. They declare that you know your source, that you recognize the limits of your own strength, and that you believe in a God who has none. When you type those words, you are stepping into a covenant exchange. You are laying down the heavy armor you've worn too long and picking up His yoke that is easy and His burden that is light. And here is the mystery. The moment you surrender, your story begins to shift. Where there was anxiety, peace flows in. Where there was exhaustion, strength returns. Where there was confusion, clarity rises. What once felt like chains become wings. This is not imagination. This is the promise of a faithful God who sustains His chosen. So, do not be afraid to release. You are not failing. You are being refined. You are not letting go. You are being lifted. And every time you whisper, "Lift me, Lord," you remind yourself and the unseen world that your strength does not come from you. It comes from the One who has carried you since the day you were marked. Chosen one. This is your turning point. The weight that once defined you will no longer break you. You will walk lighter, think clearer, and rise higher, not because the battles are gone, but because now you know who carries them with you. There are battles you have fought that no one knows about, the hidden struggles, the sleepless nights, the silent tears. These have been the places where heaven has witnessed your faithfulness. People see your smile, but they do not see the storm inside. They hear your laughter, but they do not hear the cries behind closed doors. Chosen one. The truth is this: nothing you have endured in secret has been overlooked by God. It is often in the hidden places that the greatest shaping occurs. A seed must be buried in darkness before it breaks open into life. In the soil, unseen and forgotten, it goes through a transformation that cannot be rushed. The same has been true for you. Your hidden struggles were not wasted seasons. They were the soil in which your destiny was being cultivated. There was a prophet named Elijah who knew the weight of hidden battles. After calling down fire on Mount Carmel and confronting false prophets, he fled into the wilderness, weary and afraid, alone under a broom tree. He cried out to God to take his life. No one saw his tears. No one heard his despair. Yet God did. And instead of judgment, God sent an angel with bread and water, whispering, "The journey is too much for you." Even Elijah, mighty in power, carried battles in silence. You are not alone in yours. Think of a house built on a foundation. No one admires the foundation. All eyes focus on the walls, the windows, the decorations. But without that unseen foundation, the house collapses. Your hidden struggles have been your foundation. What others could not see in you was the very thing holding your life together. The strength you gained in private is what now sustains you in public. We find in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 18, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Then, this verse is not comfort for the weak. It is testimony for the chosen. God draws near in the silence of your nights. He bends low when your spirit feels crushed. Your hidden battles became holy ground, for they were the very places where God proved his nearness to you. Perhaps you remember seasons when you begged God for answers, but heaven seemed silent. You asked for deliverance, but instead you felt delay. You thought you were abandoned, but you were actually being trained to trust beyond feelings. Silence was not absence, it was strengthening. It was in those moments you learned that faith is not built on constant signs, but on steady endurance. There is a story of Hannah, a woman who wept bitterly because she could not bear children. Year after year, she cried in secret, while others mocked her pain. She carried her anguish silently until one day she poured her heart before God in the temple. In that hidden act of surrender, the course of her life shifted. Her private battle became the soil for a prophetic child, Samuel, who would shape the destiny of a nation. Hidden pain often births visible glory. Think of a caterpillar inside its cocoon. From the outside, it looks like death, wrapped in darkness, motionless. But within, transformation is taking place. Wings are forming where none existed before. What appears as struggle is actually preparation for flight. In the same way, your hidden battles have been forming wings. The pressure, the loneliness, the breaking, all of it was reshaping you for the day you would soar. The truth is, hidden battles reveal the deepest truths about who we are. Public victories are celebrated, but private endurance is what heaven crowns. The nights you didn't give up when no one was watching, the moments you chose faith when no one applauded, those are the victories that echo loudest in eternity. And yet, the enemy tries to convince you that your hidden struggles mean you are failing. He whispers lies. If you were truly chosen, life would be easier. If God really loved you, you wouldn't be crying in the dark. But those lies crumble under the weight of truth. If you were not chosen, you would not be opposed. If you were not loved, you would not be sustained. The very fact that you are still standing proves that you are marked by heaven. Look at Job, a man who lost everything: his wealth, his health, his children. His friends assumed his suffering meant God had abandoned him, but the reality was the opposite. Job was chosen to demonstrate faith that could not be broken. His hidden battles became a testimony for generations, and in the end, God restored him double. The hidden always gives birth to the revealed. Perhaps you have carried guilt for struggling in silence. You thought your tears were a sign of weakness, but listen closely, your tears were prayers in liquid form. Heaven has collected every drop. Nothing has been wasted. Even your sighs have been heard. Think of a musician tuning an instrument. To others, it sounds like noise. But to the musician, it is preparation for harmony. Your hidden battles were heaven tuning your soul, preparing you to release a sound that will impact lives. What felt like chaos was actually alignment. And so, chosen one, do not despise the battles no one else sees. They are your secret training ground. They are the furnace where purity is forged, the soil where faith takes root, the silence where God whispers truths too deep for crowds to hear. Hidden battles will never define your defeat. They define your depth. They prove that your strength is not shallow. Your faith is not surface level. And when the time comes, what was hidden in you will burst forth like light breaking through dawn. This is why you are still here, because every hidden battle was a testimony in disguise. Every tear in the night was a seed of morning joy. And every time you thought you were alone, heaven was leaning closer, whispering, I see you. I sustain you. I am with you. Lo, there is something about your light, chosen one, that unsettles darkness. You may not even realize it. But when you enter a room, things shift. Plans that were meant for evil unravel. Confusion breaks apart, and peace begins to fill the air. You are not ordinary. You carry within you a light that terrifies the enemy. This is why your journey has been marked with so many battles. The opposition you have faced was never random. It was targeted. Darkness sees in you what you sometimes fail to see in yourself, an unshakable, unquenchable flame. And the enemy fears what you will become once you finally recognize the fire that has always been inside you. Imagine a lighthouse standing tall against the crashing waves. Ships tossed by storms search desperately for a point of guidance. To the sailors, that one light means the difference between life and shipwreck. Chosen one, you are that lighthouse. Even when winds howl against you, your light has guided others, sometimes without you even knowing. But here is the reality. A lighthouse does not shine for itself. It shines for others. Your life, your battles, your testimony, they are not just for you. They are a beacon for those who are lost, those who are weary, those who are searching for hope in the middle of their storm. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 6, For God, who said, Let light shine out of darkness, made his light shine in our hearts because it carries authority. And though you may feel small at times, your presence disrupts the plans of evil in ways you cannot measure. Now pause for a moment and think about this. How many times have you wondered why certain people reacted to you with hostility for no reason? Why doors closed suddenly? Why you felt opposition without explanation? The answer is simple. You carry light. Darkness does not welcome light, but it cannot stop it. This is why you must continue to shine, not timidly, not half-heartedly, but fully, for your light is needed. Someone's breakthrough may depend on the testimony you carry. Someone's healing may come because of the word you speak. Someone's hope may be restored simply by watching how you endured. And here, I want to speak from the heart. These words, reaching you now, this message are also a kind of light. They are like a flame lit in the night, finding its way to you wherever you are. If this flame has stirred your spirit, if it has reminded you that you are chosen, then I ask something simple of you. Don't let it stop with you. There are 3 ways you can help keep this light shining. First, press like and share. Think of it as striking flint against stone. Each spark you release has the power to ignite another flame in someone else's darkness. One simple action could be the spark that keeps another heart alive. Second, subscribe and stay connected. Just as roots must remain connected to the river to stay alive, your spirit is nourished by consistent words of truth. Subscribing is like choosing to stay planted by living water, where you will never run dry. Third, if you feel led, give freely. Think of your gift not as money leaving your hand, but as seed falling into soil. A seed seems small, but when surrendered, it breaks open and multiplies into harvest. Your generosity is not demanded, it is invited. Like pouring oil into a lamp, it ensures the flame continues to shine, reaching further and burning longer. No one is forced. No one is obligated. Just as the widow in Scripture gave her 2 small coins with a willing heart, not out of pressure, but out of love, so too is giving an act of freedom, not force. It is a seed planted, not a tax collected, and every seed planted in good soil bears fruit beyond what the eye can see. Picture a river feeding into many streams. A single drop seems small, but once it joins the current, it flows into places far beyond its origin. That is what your support does. A single act of generosity joins with others and becomes a current of blessing, flowing into nations, reaching souls you may never meet but whose lives will be changed because you gave. So, chosen one, let your light shine. Like, share, subscribe, and if it is in your heart, give as an act of freedom. Each one is a spark, a root, a seed, an oil poured into the flame. Together they keep the light alive, not just for you, but for countless others still waiting in the dark. Remember this, you are not just a listener, you are a carrier of light, and the more you release it, the more the darkness trembles. Your journey is not only about survival, it is about becoming a torchbearer for others. You are not just escaping storms, you are guiding ships. You are not just receiving, you are giving. So let your heart respond in the way it feels, led, whether that means sharing this word, subscribing to stay connected, or sowing into the light so it keeps shining. Do it freely, joyfully, knowing that you are part of something eternal. And as you do, never forget, your light terrifies darkness, your presence shifts the atmosphere, and your obedience today can become the breakthrough someone else is praying for. Keep shining. Chosen one, the world needs your flame. This moment is not an accident. You may think you stumbled here by chance, but heaven has orchestrated every detail to bring this word before your eyes. Your steps are ordered, even when you don't feel them. The fact that you are here right now is confirmation you are not forgotten, and you are not lost. There have been seasons when you felt like the world passed you by. You wondered why others seemed to move forward while you stood still. Delight felt endless. Prayers seemed unanswered. Doors appeared locked. But what you did not realize was that the delay was protection. The closed doors were redirection, and the silence was God preparing a louder answer than you expected. Think of an archer pulling back a bow. The further back the string is drawn, the greater the force when the arrow is released. Your life has felt like that pull pressure. Tension. waiting. But heaven is preparing to release you forward with speed and accuracy. The wait has not been wasted. It has only increased the force of your launch. There was once a man named Joseph who knew this feeling, sold by his brothers, thrown into prison, forgotten for years. From the outside, it looked like his destiny had died. But in reality, every setback was a setup. Every delay was aligning him with the moment he would rise to power and save nations. His story whispers to you now, your waiting is not death. It is preparation, as it is written in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. This word is for you. The vision for your life has not expired. The promise you carry has not been cancelled. It may feel like it lingers, but it will not fail. Heaven has appointed a time, and no power of darkness can stop it. Think of a seed lying in the soil. To the eye, it seems lifeless, buried, forgotten, but underground. Roots are forming. Hidden growth is taking place. One day, without warning, it breaks through the surface, stretching toward the light. That is your destiny. What looks like silence is secretly growth. What feels like burial is actually planting. Chosen one. Heaven has marked you for more than survival. You are destined for release, for impact, for testimony. Your story is not just about enduring, it is about overcoming. And the moment of release is closer than you think. But here is the truth. When heaven sends a word like this, it requires a response. Not a passive agreement, but an act of faith. Because faith is not only belief in the heart, it is declaration with the mouth, alignment with the Spirit. That is why, in this moment, I ask you to respond with a prophetic act. Write this number in the comments, 444. Why 444? Because in the language of faith, numbers carry meaning. 4 is the number of stability, of foundation, of the earth itself. It speaks of the 4 corners of creation, the 4 winds, the 4 seasons. Writing 444 is not superstition, it is declaration. It means, my foundation is unshakable. My steps are aligned with heaven. My season is shifting, and I will not be moved. And when you type it, you are not just leaving a comment. You are putting a spiritual marker on your path. You are declaring to yourself and to the unseen world that your faith is anchored, your vision is steady, and your heart is prepared for the release God has appointed. Think of it like driving a stake into the ground. Builders do this to mark the place where a foundation will rise. By writing 444, you are driving a stake into the soil of your life, marking it as territory for God's promise to unfold. And when others see your declaration, something powerful happens. They will be encouraged to stand firm as well. Your comment might awaken faith in someone else who is weary, reminding them that their vision has not died, that their promise still lives. Your obedience becomes contagious. Now, look back for a moment. Consider how many times you almost gave up. Think of the nights when quitting seemed easier than holding on, and yet you're still here. That is not weakness. That is evidence of calling. You were preserved because your future is too important to heaven's plan. Do not despise the season of waiting. Every delay has been loaded with purpose. The greater the delay, the greater the unveiling, the deeper the silence, the louder the testimony. You are not behind schedule, you are aligned with a divine calendar. Imagine a sunrise. For hours, the world waits in darkness. The night feels endless, and many think the light will never come. But then, without fail, the first rays break over the horizon. The darkness cannot argue, cannot resist, cannot hold it back. That is your life. Your sunrise is appointed. The light cannot be stopped. Chosen one. Stand firm. The enemy wants you to believe the silence means abandonment. But silence has always been the language of preparation. Just as an artist works in secret before unveiling the masterpiece, God has been shaping you behind the curtain. When the curtain lifts, the world will see what heaven has always known. You were chosen, refined, and preserved for this very hour. So let your spirit rise. Let faith be your anchor. And as a prophetic act, declarate, patrusute, patruzech, shipatru. Write it. Believe it. Stand on it. Because you are stepping into the season where delays turn into deliveries, where silence turns into songs, and where waiting turns into winning. The vision awaits. The time is near, and nothing, no weapon, no delay, no darkness can stop what God has appointed for you. There are moments in your journey when you feel as if you are standing on the edge of something unseen. It is like standing at the rim of a great cliff, the air heavy with silence, the ground beneath trembling slightly, as though creation itself is waiting for your next step. Chosen one. That is where you are now. The edge of mercy. The place where decisions matter more than feelings. Where every hesitation holds weight. The edge of mercy is not a comfortable place. It exposes your doubts, magnifies your fears, and confronts your choices. But it is also the place where heaven draws near, pressing into your heart with urgency and love. To stand here is both a warning and a blessing. A warning that time is not infinite, and a blessing that grace still extends its hand. Think of Israel standing before the Red Sea. Behind them, Pharaoh's army thundered closer. Before them, waters stretched wide and impossible. They were at the edge of fear, the edge of faith, the edge of mercy. In that moment, hesitation could have cost everything. But when Moses raised his staff, the waters parted. What looked like a dead end became deliverance. The edge of mercy is where God reveals paths that human eyes cannot see. Perhaps you have felt this edge in your own life. A season when you knew deep down that something had to change, but fear kept you from moving. A moment when compromise seemed easier than obedience. You told yourself you had more time, that you could decide later, but later never came. And the whisper you hear now reminds you, mercy is not endless delay. It is an open door. But doors do not remain open forever. It was spoken through the prophet Hosea, chapter 10, verse 12. Sow righteousness for yourselves, reap the fruit of unfailing love, and break up your unplowed ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, until he comes and showers his righteousness on you. Do you see it? There is urgency in that word. It is time, not tomorrow, not when it is convenient, not when fear subsides. It is time. The edge of mercy is the place where the plowed and the unplowed ground of your heart are exposed. It is where you must decide whether to break the hard soil and let righteousness take root, or to remain unchanged and risk the soil becoming barren. Imagine a candle burning low. The flame still flickers, but the wax is nearly gone. There is light, but it is fragile. That is what standing at the edge feels like. There is still time, but not endless time. There is still light, but it demands attention before it fades. And yet, this place is also holy, for it is here that heaven leans closest. It is here that the Spirit speaks most clearly, not with thunder, but with a whisper. You have felt that whisper before in the quiet moments when conviction pressed into your chest, when tears came without reason, when you knew God was speaking, even though you could not explain it. Those were not coincidences. They were reminders that mercy was still extending itself. The edge of mercy is not meant to terrify you, but to awaken you. It is like a watchman standing on a wall, calling out as the night deepens. Warning, the city that dawn is near. His voice is not meant to instill fear, but to stir readiness. And that is what this moment is, a call to readiness. Think again of the parable of the 10 virgins. Lamps in hand, waiting for the bridegroom. 5 were wise, carrying oil for the long night. 5 were foolish, unprepared. When the moment came, the door did not stay open forever. When the cry rang out, "The bridegroom is here," it was too late for those who delayed. That parable was not just a story for them, it is a mirror for us. The edge of mercy reveals whether your lamp is ready. And here lies the truth. God does not force your hand. He offers, He invites, He warns, but the step must be yours. Mercy is the hand stretched out. Faith is the choice to take it. To hesitate is to risk watching the hand withdraw. Think of a bird teaching its young to fly. The nest grows too small, the wings too restless. The edge of the branch is frightening, but it is also the only place where flight becomes possible. If the young bird refuses the edge, it never learns to soar. The edge of mercy is your branch. Yes, it is frightening. Yes, it demands courage. But it is also the place where you will discover the wings heaven has been forming in you all along. The edge of mercy carries weight because it is both opportunity and warning. It is the chance to step into life, but also the risk of stepping back into destruction. That is why the Spirit whispers now with such urgency, not to condemn you, but to remind you, you are standing on holy ground, and every moment matters. And yet, even here, there is hope. The same God who parted seas, who restored Job, who lifted David from obscurity, who carried Elijah out of despair. He is the same God waiting at the edge of your own decision. His hand has not shortened. His mercy has not run dry. His call has not lost its power. Chosen one, let the weight of this moment press into you, but let it press you toward life. The edge of mercy is not where stories end, it is where they begin anew. It is the place where surrender turns into freedom, where brokenness turns into beauty, where hesitation gives way to courage. And as you stand here, feel the truth settle deep. You are seen. You are known. You are invited. The edge of mercy is not a place of abandonment, but of decision. And heaven waits to see how you will step. You have often wondered why people misunderstand you, no matter how pure your intentions. There are times when your words are twisted, your motives questioned, your presence resisted. It is painful, yes, but it is not without purpose. The truth is, being misunderstood is one of the clearest marks of the chosen from the beginning of Scripture. Those set apart for divine purposes walked roads of misunderstanding. Joseph's brothers despised him for his dreams. David was overlooked by his own father. Jeremiah was mocked for speaking God's truth. Even Jesus himself was rejected by his hometown. Being chosen has always attracted misunderstanding, because those around you cannot always see what heaven has placed within you. Think about this. Light exposes what is hidden, and not everyone welcomes exposure. When you carry light, those living in darkness may feel uncomfortable around you. Sometimes they do not even know why, they just sense something different, something that disrupts their comfort. That is why rejection has followed you. Not because you are less, but because you carry more. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 53, verse 3. He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain. Like one from whom people hide their faces, he was despised, and we held him in low esteem. 1. This was spoken about the Messiah himself. If even the Son of God was misunderstood and rejected, why should it surprise you that people fail to see your worth? You are walking a path already walked by the one who chose you. Picture a rare jewel buried in the ground. To the passerby, it looks like nothing more than a dull stone. They may kick it aside, trample it, or dismiss it as worthless. But the jeweler knows its value. With time, polishing, and patience, that stone reveals brilliance no one expected. You are that jewel. Being misunderstood is not a verdict on your value. It is a veil hiding your brilliance until the right hands uncover it. Perhaps you recall moments when people dismissed your ideas before you even had the chance to explain. Maybe you felt invisible in rooms where you should have been celebrated. Or worse, maybe those closest to you could not understand the calling you carried. These moments were not meant to break you, but to remind you that your validation cannot come from people. It must come from God. Jesus himself asked his disciples, "Who do people say that I am?" Some said a prophet. Some said Elijah. Some said just another teacher. Only Peter, by revelation, said, "You are the Christ." Not everyone will see you clearly. Not everyone will recognize what heaven has declared over your life. And that is okay, because it only takes the right revelation from God to validate what others cannot. Think of a seed again, buried, unseen, dismissed as dead. To the unknowing eye, it seems useless, but within it is life, destiny, fruit waiting to emerge. Your misunderstood seasons are your seed seasons. Others may look at you and see nothing, but heaven sees the orchard you are becoming. There is freedom in this realization. You do not have to prove yourself to everyone. Those who are not meant to understand will never understand, no matter how much you explain. And those who are meant to see will recognize the mark of God upon you without your striving. Look at Jeremiah, called from birth. He spoke words from heaven that clashed with the desires of his people. They mocked him, imprisoned him, even plotted to kill him. Yet his calling remained unchanged. He was misunderstood, but he was also unstoppable. You share in that same paradox. Misunderstood, but chosen. Rejected, but marked. Dismissed, destined. Think of an eagle soaring high above the ground. From below, some may call it lonely, others may mock its distance. But the eagle was never designed to flock with sparrows. Its wings were made for higher altitudes. To be misunderstood is often proof that you were created for heights others cannot reach. Your journey has felt lonely at times, and loneliness can be sharp, like an arrow pressing into your chest. But loneliness is not always emptiness. Sometimes it is separation for elevation. You were pulled away from crowds not to punish you, but to prepare you. In that quiet space, heaven sharpened your ears to hear what others miss, trained your eyes to see beyond the surface, and strengthened your spirit to carry what others cannot. Misunderstanding also serves another hidden purpose. It teaches you compassion. When you know the pain of being rejected, you learn to welcome others. When you know the sting of being unheard, you learn to listen deeply. When you know the weight of being misjudged, you learn to extend grace. Chosen ones are not only marked by calling, they are softened by compassion born from their own wounds. As Paul wrote in his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 27, "But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong." Oh, this means that often what the world dismisses is exactly what God exalts. The ones misunderstood as weak become vessels of strength. The ones mocked as foolish carry divine wisdom. You are living proof of this paradox. Their misunderstanding is heaven's stage for revelation. Chosen one, your story has never been about fitting in. It has always been about standing out. You were never meant to be easily understood, because your life is not common. Your destiny is not ordinary. You were chosen to carry mysteries that the world cannot comprehend without divine revelation. So when you feel misunderstood, remember this: it is not rejection of you, it is confirmation of the mark on you. Your light exposes, your presence shifts. Your calling sets you apart. Do not let the pain of misunderstanding silence you. Let it strengthen your resolve. Do not let rejection harden your heart. Let it deepen your compassion. Do not let dismissal cause you to doubt your value. Let it remind you that the one who formed you has always known your worth. And in the end, the same people who once dismissed you will witness your unveiling. The same voices that mocked will see the fruit of your endurance. Just as Joseph's brothers bowed before the dreamer they once rejected, so too will those who misunderstood you see the hand of God revealed through your life. Being misunderstood is not a curse. It is a crown in disguise. It is the hidden proof that you were never meant for shallow waters. You were made for depths. You were created for heights. You were chosen to be different. So walk boldly, even when others do not understand, for heaven understands. Heaven sees. Heaven approves. And in the end, that is all that matters. There are crossroads in life that demand more than casual decisions. They are not moments of minor choices, but of destiny. Chosen one, you are standing at such a place now. It is not simply about what path looks easier, but about whether you will hear the whisper of God or ignore it. One step toward surrender opens life, but one step toward rebellion can cloud your vision. This is what it means to be one rebellion away. The danger is not always in loud, deliberate defiance. Sometimes it is in quiet hesitation, in telling yourself, you will obey later. But delayed obedience is still disobedience. The enemy doesn't need you to run far, he just needs you to pause, to ignore the whisper, to keep scrolling when heaven is speaking. Think of Lot's wife. She was almost safe, almost free. But one look back bound her to destruction. One small act of hesitation turned her into a pillar of salt. She did not return to her old life. She only looked back. Yet that single moment revealed a heart not fully surrendered. This is the danger of one rebellion away. The ancient words recorded in the book of Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 15, declare, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts, as you did in the rebellion." Notice the word today, not tomorrow, not next week, today, because the edge you stand on does not wait forever. Every moment carries weight. To harden your heart once is to make it easier to harden it again. That is how blindness begins, not in one giant leap, but in a series of small refusals. Imagine a candle in a room. Each time you ignore the whisper, a thin layer of smoke clouds the flame. At first, the light still shines, but dimmer. Ignore again, and the haze grows thicker. Eventually, the flame is smothered. That is what happens to the heart when it rebels in small ways. Blindness comes quietly, one refusal at a time. There was once a king named Saul. He was chosen, anointed, and set apart. But over time, he ignored God's voice, choosing convenience over obedience. His downfall did not come in one moment, it came in many. Each disobedience hardened his heart until he could no longer recognize the Spirit of God. That same risk stands before every chosen one, but this is also where hope lives, because the same verse that warns us also invites us. If you hear his voice, you can still respond. Conviction is a gift. The whisper is proof that the door is still open. If the Spirit had abandoned you, you would feel nothing. But the fact that you feel this weight proves mercy is still calling. Chosen one. You cannot afford to dismiss this. Heaven is not simply telling you information, it is delivering intervention. To ignore it would be to step one rebellion closer to blindness, but to respond, even with trembling faith, is to align yourself with light. So I ask you now, act with courage. Do not scroll past. Do not wait until later. Respond with these words. I choose now. On 3 words. Simple, but powerful. When you type them, you are cutting off hesitation. You are declaring that you will not wait for tomorrow, that you will not flirt with rebellion, that you will not allow your heart to harden. You are saying, I will not be Lot's wife. I will not be Saul. I will step into obedience today. When you write it, you are not just leaving a comment. You are drawing a line in the Spirit. You are planting a marker on your journey that says, from this point forward, I choose the whisper of God over the noise of rebellion. Others who read your words may be stirred to do the same. Your 3 words might be the encouragement someone else needs to finally surrender. Never underestimate how your public obedience can spark faith in hidden hearts. You are one choice away from blindness, but also one choice away from breakthrough. Heaven waits to see how you will respond. Do not harden your heart. Do not delay. Speak it. Declare it. And let the unseen world hear, I choose now. And when you say, I choose now, heaven does not hear it as empty syllables. It hears the cry of surrender. Angels move at that declaration. The Spirit strengthens you in that instant. because God never leaves a willing heart without help. You may feel small, but those 3 words carry eternal weight. Think of a key turning in a lock. The key itself may be small, light enough to fit in your hand, but when you place it into the right door, it opens into rooms beyond imagination. That is what your words do. They may seem simple, but they unlock chambers of grace and favor that were always waiting for you. And here is the beauty. You don't need to have everything figured out. You don't need to understand the entire path. You only need to say yes in this moment. Obedience is not about knowing every detail. It is about trusting the one who holds the map. Your yes today writes a different story for tomorrow. It shifts the course of your destiny, moving you from hesitation to alignment, from fear to faith, from wandering to purpose. The difference between breakthrough and blindness is not in great power, but in small obedience. So let your spirit rest in this truth. You are not too late. You are not too far gone. The whisper came to you because mercy is still here, and your response, even now, is the sound of chains breaking and doors opening. There are moments when life feels like a sealed scroll, tightly bound, its mysteries hidden away. You sense there is meaning inside, a story written long before your birth. Yet the seal has kept it closed. Chosen one. This is the season when heaven begins to unfold that scroll. What was once hidden will be revealed, and you will see that every chapter of your life, even the painful ones, has been part of a divine story. Think about a tapestry being woven. From the backside, all you see are tangled threads, knots, loose ends, messy lines that make no sense. That is how your life has felt at times: chaotic, confusing, without order. But flip the tapestry over, and suddenly a masterpiece appears. Heaven has been weaving the strands of your story into something beautiful. And now, the scroll is beginning to open, revealing what you could not see before. As John recorded in the Revelation, chapter 5, verse 9, you are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, because you were slain, and with your blood you purchased for God persons from every tribe, and language, and people, and nation. This speaks of Christ, the Lamb, the only one worthy to open the scrolls of eternity. And yet, by his sacrifice, he also opens the scrolls of your own destiny. The pages of your life are not random scribbles. They are lines authored by the very hand of God. Perhaps you wonder, why so many delays? Why so many battles? Why so many unanswered prayers? But if you could see the scroll of your story from heaven's perspective, you would understand. Every delay was a comma, not a period. Every battle was a refining fire, not a final defeat. Every unanswered prayer was a pause that prepared a greater unveiling. Imagine a book in the hands of a child, pages flipped carelessly, important parts missed. Then imagine that same book in the hands of its author, who knows every word, every chapter, every reason. That is your story. It has never been in careless hands. It has always been in the hands of the author who wrote it. This is why your testimony matters. When the scroll unfolds, it is not just for you, it is for others. Your story carries light for those still lost in their darkness. Your journey becomes their map. Your scars become their medicine. And this is where I want to pause and speak to your heart. These words reaching you now are part of that unfolding scroll. If they have touched you, stirred you, reminded you of your calling, then I invite you to respond in 3 simple, beautiful ways, never out of pressure, but out of freedom. First, press like and share. It is like lighting another star in the night sky. Each small spark you release joins the constellation of faith, helping someone else find their way in the dark. Second, subscribe and stay connected. Picture a boat on restless waters without an anchor. It drifts endlessly. Subscribing is like lowering your anchor into a safe harbor, a choice to remain steady and nourished by living words. Third, if you feel led, give freely. Think of your offering as a single drop of water falling into a still pond. On its own, it seems small, but when it touches the surface, ripples expand far beyond what the eye can measure. Your drop joins countless others, forming waves that reach unseen shores and touch lives you may never meet. No one is forced. No one is obligated. Just as rain falls freely and gives life to the earth, so giving must flow freely from the heart. If you feel led, give as an expression of love, a way of saying, I believe in keeping this light shining. If not, receive freely, knowing that the message itself is the gift you were meant to hear. Chosen one. Never underestimate the power of your participation. Your like is not just a click, it is a star added to the night sky. Your share is not just a button, it is light carried into someone else's darkness. Your subscription is not just connection, it is anchoring your soul to a harbor of truth. And your generosity, if you give, is not just money, it is a ripple in a pond that becomes waves of change. And here is the beauty. When you support light, you yourself are lit brighter. When you share hope, your own hope grows. When you stay connected, your own roots deepen. When you give, you yourself are refreshed. Because heaven always returns more than what you release. So let this not feel like duty, but like joy, like scattering seeds into fertile soil, like lighting candles at a celebration, like adding your voice to a choir already singing. It is an act of beauty, an act of faith, an act of love. Chosen one. The scroll of your life is opening. The story is being revealed. The tapestry is turning, and every part of you, the battles, the tears, the endurance is being woven into glory. So, shine, and let others see that light. Share freely, connect deeply, and, if you choose, give joyfully. In doing so, you step into the rhythm of heaven's flow, receiving, releasing, multiplying, shining. Your life is not random. Your story is not wasted. The scroll is opening, and it reveals this truth. You are chosen. You are marked. You are a light that darkness cannot extinguish. There is a silence that feels heavy, almost unbearable. It is not the quiet of peace, but the quiet of absence, the kind of silence where prayers echo back unanswered, where the heavens seem shut, and where the heart wonders if God has stepped away. Chosen one, you have walked through such silence, and it has tested you in ways words cannot fully capture. In those seasons, you may have asked, why does God hide? Why does he remain silent when I need him most? These questions are not signs of weak faith. They are the cries of a heart that longs for connection. The silence of God is one of the deepest mysteries of being chosen. But silence does not mean abandonment. It means preparation. Think of a teacher during an exam. The teacher is present in the room, watching, observing, ensuring everything is in order. But the teacher does not speak, because it is the time for the student to reveal what they have learned. In the same way, God's silence is not absence, it is a test, a refining, a stretching of your faith. The psalmist felt this deeply, crying out in Psalm 13, verse 1, "How long, Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me?" Even David, the man after God's heart, felt the ache of divine silence, yet his cries were preserved in Scripture, not as condemnation, but as a reminder that every chosen one will pass through this valley. Imagine walking through a dense forest at night. The moonlight is hidden, the path uncertain, every sound magnified by the darkness. Fear whispers that you are alone. Yet even in the silence, the path still exists. The ground still holds. The trees still stand. The silence is not emptiness. It is an environment demanding trust in what you cannot see. Perhaps you have felt abandoned in your wilderness. You prayed for breakthrough, but nothing shifted. You asked for healing, but the pain remained. You begged for direction, but clarity never came. And yet, through all of it, you were preserved. The very fact that you endured proves you were never truly forsaken. If God had abandoned you, you would not have survived the silence. His hand was hidden, but it was there. There is another truth here. Silence sharpens the senses. When words are absent, you learn to perceive in new ways. A blind person often develops heightened hearing. In the same way, when God's voice feels quiet, your spirit learns to discern subtler movements, an impression, a gentle nudge, a stillness in the storm. The silence trains you to recognize him beyond sound. Think of Elijah on the mountain. He witnessed wind, earthquake, and fire, but the Lord was not in those. Instead, God revealed himself in a gentle whisper. If Elijah had only been looking for noise, he would have missed him. Silence is the womb of whispers. It teaches you that God is not always loud, but always near. And then there is this: silence humbles. It strips away the illusion that we can control God, that we can summon him at will. In the silence, we are reminded that he is not a servant to our demands, but the sovereign Lord whose timing is perfect. We learn patience, dependence, surrender. There was a woman named Hannah who longed for a child. Year after year, she prayed. Yet the heavens remained quiet. Her rival mocked her. Her husband misunderstood her. And still God said nothing. But in that silence, Hannah's desperation turned into surrender. She released her dream into God's hands, vowing to dedicate her son to him. Out of her silent season came Samuel, a prophet who would anoint kings. The silence was not empty, it was pregnant with promise. Consider also the years between the Old Testament and the New, a span of 400 years often called the silent years. No prophets spoke. No visions were recorded. No new scriptures were written. Many thought God had forgotten his people. But in that silence, he was preparing the world for the arrival of his Son. The silence was not abandonment, it was set up. Chosen one. Your silent seasons have been holy ground. They have carved depth into your soul, teaching you endurance, shaping your compassion, anchoring your faith. While others crumble when God feels distant, you endured. And because of that, you are stronger than you realize. We read in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verses 25 to 26, "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him, to the one who seeks him. It is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord, and waiting quietly is not weakness. It is power. It is trust that rests even when the answer has not yet come. It is a declaration that says, even in silence, I will not let go. Think of gold in the furnace. The heat roars. The metal softens. The impurities rise to the surface. The gold itself does not cry out, yet the silence of its transformation is undeniable. When the refiner pulls it out, it shines brighter than before. That is what the silence has done for you. Your silence was not wasted. It was refining you, anchoring you, preparing you for the sound that will come. For after silence, there is always a voice. After stillness, there is always movement. After waiting, there is always unveiling. So do not despise the silent seasons. Embrace them as proof that you are trusted with training others could not endure. If God is quiet with you, it is because He is forming something weighty within you. And when the silence finally breaks, when the scroll unfolds, when the whisper becomes a roar, you will see that every moment of waiting was worth it. You will understand that the silence was not punishment, but preparation. Not rejection, but refinement. Not absence, but deeper presence. Chosen one, rest in this truth, even in silence. You were never alone. Heaven was nearer than your breath, shaping you in ways words could never do. There are numbers that carry sound in the spirit. They are not just figures written on paper, but prophetic signs that remind us of covenant, endurance, and mercy. Chosen one. Today the number set before you is one that speaks of confirmation, balance, and divine alignment. Your journey has not been ordinary. You have endured seasons that broke others, yet you survived. You have walked through valleys that swallowed others, yet you stood. And now, heaven marks your path with a symbol that carries meaning far beyond arithmetic. The Apostle Paul wrote in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Oh, this is what the number before you represents. The reminder that pain is not the end, that struggle is not your final chapter, and that what lies ahead carries greater weight than anything you have endured. The number I place before you is 222. Why 222? Because 2 is the number of witness and agreement. Scripture says, by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, every word shall be established. When heaven emphasizes it 3 times 222, it is a triple confirmation that what has been spoken over your life will surely come to pass. It is the symbol of balance restored, promise affirmed, and the alignment of heaven and earth. Think of 2 hands joining in agreement. Alone, they can only reach so far, but together, they carry greater strength. Multiply that picture 3 times, and you see a covenant sealed beyond breaking. That is what 222 speaks into your spirit. What God has promised is being confirmed, strengthened, and established. Imagine standing before a locked door. You try one key, it does not fit. You try again still, it does not open. But then, The third time, the door turns, and what was once closed is revealed. 222 is that third turn. It is heaven saying, "Now is the moment the lock breaks open. The door swings wide, and the promise is fulfilled." Oh, chosen one, you are not left guessing. The number 222 is a sign that you are aligned, that your waiting has not been wasted, and that what you prayed in secret is now being confirmed in the open. So I invite you to respond, not with hesitation, but with faith. Write in the comments, 222. When you do, you are not typing a random figure. You are declaring agreement with heaven. You are saying, "I align myself with God's promise. I accept His timing. I believe His confirmation." You are engraving your faith into the moment, marking it as holy ground. Think of it like planting 3 stakes in the soil, north, south, and east. Once placed, they form a boundary. By writing 222, you are driving stakes into your destiny, declaring that your life is secured, established, and aligned with heaven's purposes. And something powerful happens when you make that declaration publicly. Others will see and be stirred to do the same. Your faith becomes a spark for theirs. Your agreement multiplies into a chorus of witnesses, echoing the same truth. God's promises stand firm. Chosen one. Remember how many times you almost gave up, yet something within told you to hold on. That was not coincidence, that was confirmation. The same God who whispered then is shouting now through 222. Your waiting has not been wasted. Your promise is established. Your life is aligned. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, "To bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair." And that is the anthem of 222. Beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, praise for despair. Agreement and confirmation multiplied. So let your spirit rise. Let hope awaken, and declare it boldly. 222. Type it. Believe it. Stand on it, because this is your sign, your seal, your moment of alignment. The waiting is over. The promise is established, and your confirmation has arrived. The number 222 is not just symbolic, it is personal. It reminds you that your life has been seen, your prayers have been heard, and your steps are being aligned. Think about it this way. When you walk in rhythm with music, there is harmony. But when you walk out of step, the song feels broken. 222 is God's way of saying, "You are back in rhythm with my song." Oh, there is also power in agreement. When 2 people agree on earth about anything in prayer, heaven promises to respond. 222 multiplies that principle. It is not just one layer of agreement, but threefold confirmation. It is heaven emphasizing, this word is firm, this promise stands, this destiny is sure. Oh, imagine 3 rivers flowing into one ocean. Each carries its own stream, its own current. But once they meet, there is no separation. They become one. That is what 222 does. It unites your faith, God's word, and heaven's timing into one unstoppable flow. You may ask, what if I still feel uncertain? That is why this prophetic number has come. It is not given when everything looks clear. It is given when doubt is strong, when faith feels fragile, when the heart needs reassurance. 222 is heaven leaning close, whispering, "You are not mistaken. You are not lost. My word is still alive in you." Chosen one. Hold this truth. 222 is not a future hope alone. It is a present confirmation. You are not waiting for God to notice you. He already has. You are not begging for a plan. It is already written. You are not wandering without direction. You are being guided, step by step, into the promise that cannot fail. So when you write 222, let it be more than a number. Let it be your declaration that you believe again, that you trust again, that you align again. Heaven sees, heaven agrees, and heaven establishes. Every crown tells a story. Crowns are not handed out casually. They are forged through battles, through victories, through endurance. They carry weight because they represent authority earned through trial. Chosen one. Your crown is not an ornament. It is the evidence of everything you have survived. The seal of heaven that says, "This one has overcome." And think of a warrior returning from battle. His armor is dented, his body weary, his scars visible. Yet when he kneels before his king, he is not shamed for the scars. He is honored. A crown is placed on his head, not because he avoided struggle, but because he endured it. The same is true of you. Your crown awaits, not because you lived without pain, but because you carried pain without surrendering your purpose. There is a deep truth hidden in this. The attacks you faced were never random. Every blow of opposition was aimed at your crown. The enemy cannot remove the mark of being chosen, but he tries to convince you to lay down your crown before you ever wear it. That is why the battles have been so relentless, because the crown reserved for you carries influence the enemy fears. As James writes in his letter, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." Your perseverance has been the proof of your love. Every time you prayed through tears, every time you chose forgiveness over bitterness, every time you stood when it would have been easier to fall, you were walking toward your crown. Imagine a crown being forged in fire. Gold is melted, impurities burned away, the metal shaped with hammer and flame. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction, but the craftsman knows this is creation. That is your life. The fire you endured was never meant to destroy you, but to refine the crown that only you could carry. There was once a man named Job. His story is one of unthinkable loss. Family, wealth, health, reputation. Friends turned against him. His wife told him to curse God and die. Yet Job endured. Ekistioneth. Yes, he wept. Yes, but he did not abandon his faith. In the end, God restored him double and gave him a name honored across generations. Job wore a crown invisible to the world, but unshakable in eternity, the crown of endurance. Your story mirrors his. You have lost things others could not bear to lose. You have carried grief that felt unbearable, yet you are still standing. And because of that, heaven has prepared a crown for you that will not fade. Think of a race. The runner's body aches, lungs burn, muscles scream. But the finish line calls. Every step feels heavier. But with every step, the crown draws closer. Paul understood this when he wrote, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness." Crowns are given at finish lines, not starting lines. You are closer than you think. The crown awaiting you is not just for eternity, though it shines there brightest. Even now, in this life, God crowns His chosen with authority. Authority to speak truth that cuts through lies. Authority to carry peace into chaos. Authority to walk as one who knows they are marked. People may not see the crown on your head, but they will feel its weight in your presence. Perhaps you feel unworthy of such honor. You remember your mistakes, your failures, your sins. You think, "How could I deserve a crown?" But hear this, crowns are not earned by perfection, but by perseverance. The crown of life is promised to those who love Him, not those who never stumble. Your love, proven in persistence, is what secures it. Picture a tree battered by storms. Branches snap, leaves scatter, lightning scorches its bark, yet the roots hold. Seasons pass, storms fade, and in time, the tree blossoms again. That tree does not look the same, but it stands stronger. Its very survival becomes its crown. That is you. The storms did not uproot you, they only proved your roots. Chosen one. Every tear you shed has polished your crown. Every prayer whispered in silence has added weight to it. Every sacrifice, unseen by others, has shaped it. What you thought was loss was actually investment in something greater. And here is the beauty. Crowns are not only for you, they are testimonies to others. When people see your endurance, they are inspired to keep going. Your crown becomes a light, reminding others that their trials are not in vain, that their battles have meaning. You were never created for shame, but for glory, never created for defeat, but for honor. The enemy has tried to convince you otherwise, but the truth cannot be erased. You are crowned. So, wear your crown boldly, not in arrogance, but in gratitude, not as one who flaunts, but as one who testifies. Every scar is a jewel, every trial a gemstone, every tear a sparkle. Your crown is not ornamental, it is living proof of a love that never let you go. There will be days when the weight of it feels heavy. But remember, it was crafted for your head. No one else can wear it, because no one else walked your path. It fits you perfectly, and when you finally stand before the King, He will place upon you the crown of life, and you will know it was worth it. Every tear, every trial, every moment of endurance was worth the glory revealed. Chosen one, your crown awaits. Hold on. Endure. Keep walking, for the crown is closer than you think. And when you wear it, heaven itself will echo the words, "Well done." There are valleys you have walked that no one else could see. Valleys where the air was heavy with despair, where shadows seemed longer than daylight, and where silence pressed against your chest like a weight. Chosen one. Those valleys were not punishments, they were pathways. Though they felt endless, they carried you toward deeper revelation, toward strength forged in the unseen. Every valley in Scripture carried purpose. Israel's people walked through the valley of the wilderness. Learning dependence on manna, where no bread could be found, David fled through valleys while hunted, discovering songs of deliverance that would become psalms for generations. Even Ezekiel was led into a valley of dry bones, where hopelessness stretched as far as the eye could see. Yet in that place, God's breath proved stronger than death. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff. They comfort me." And notice the language, walk through. The valley is never permanent. You were never meant to pitch a tent in shadows. You were meant to pass through them. Yet in the walking, you learn truths that mountaintops could never teach. Imagine a traveler moving through a canyon. High walls block the horizon. Sunlight only slips through at angles, and footsteps echo with loneliness. Yet within those canyon walls lies water, hidden streams that nourish the weary. The valley feels like emptiness, but it conceals the very resources that keep you alive. This is the mystery of valleys. They hide provision inside what looks like desolation. Your valleys have taught you resilience. They forced you to depend not on applause, not on crowds, not even on your own strength, but on the quiet presence of God that whispered in the dark, and that whisper proved more sustaining than 1,000 cheers. There is something about valleys that strip away illusions. On mountaintops, it is easy to think we are strong, that we are self-sufficient, that we can see forever. But valleys narrow our vision, teaching us to trust what we cannot see. Valleys remind us that faith is not built on sight but on presence. You could not see the way forward, yet you kept walking because you felt the shepherd beside you. Think of Jacob, wrestling through the night. He was alone, pressed in darkness, uncertain of his future. His valley was not geographical, it was spiritual. Yet it was there, in the solitude of struggle, that he encountered God face to face and walked away with a new name. Valleys change names. They transform identities. They do not leave you as they found you. Perhaps your valley has been grief, where loss cut so deeply that breathing felt like labor. Or perhaps it was betrayal, where trust was shattered, leaving silence in its place. Or maybe it was waiting, when time stretched so long that hope seemed thin. Each valley carved something in you: compassion, patience, endurance that mountaintops could never shape. Do not despise the valley, for it has given you treasures unseen. Compassion that lets you notice pain in others. Strength that lets you endure what others collapse under. Wisdom that teaches you timing is not your enemy, but your teacher. These treasures are the jewels you carry out of shadow into light. Think again of Ezekiel's valley of dry bones. To human eyes, it was the definition of hopelessness. Bones bleached by the sun, scattered across emptiness, silent testimony of defeat. Yet God asked, "Son of man, can these bones live?" Ezekiel did not answer with logic. He answered with surrender. "Sovereign Lord, you alone know." And at that surrender, breath entered the bones, and an army rose where there was once only death. That is the power of valleys. They become places of resurrection. Chosen one, the valley you endured is not the valley you will remain in. You may carry its scars, but you also carry its revelations. The shadow proves there is still light somewhere above. The silence proves there is a voice waiting to speak. And your survival proves that the shepherd was closer than you imagined. Imagine, again, a seed buried deep from the surface. The valley looks like a grave. Darkness presses in. Soil covers every side. Silence fills the air. Yet beneath the surface, the seed splits open. Roots reach down. Shoots push upward. What looked like death becomes the beginning of life. That is your valley, a grave that turned into a womb. Your testimony will one day carry words like these. I thought it was the end, but it was only the middle. I thought it was death, but it was actually birth. I thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. That is the language of someone who has walked through the valley and found God waiting there. There will come a time when you look back and thank the valley, not because it was easy, not because it was painless, but because it gave you what nothing else could. It proved that your shepherd never left. It proved that fear was a liar. It proved that shadows have limits. And when others walk through their own valleys, they will look to you. They will listen to your testimony. Not because you had easy victories, but because you survived hard places. Your presence will become their comfort. Your scars, their reassurance. Your endurance, their hope. Chosen one. Valleys do not define defeat. They define depth. They are the classrooms of the Spirit, teaching lessons that echo forever. They are the furnaces of the heart, refining gold where no one else can see. They are the silent sanctuaries where God proves his nearness. So, walk on. Lift your head, even in shadows. For valleys are not prisons. They are pathways. They do not last forever. They lead to mountains, to rivers, to open fields where light floods again. And when you step out of your valley, you will not emerge empty. You will carry treasures, strength, and testimony that will mark you forever as one who walked through the shadows but feared no evil. For the shepherd was always with you. There are moments when your journey feels like climbing a mountain. The path winds upward. Stones cut your feet, and breath grows shallow with each step. Yet as you climb, something changes. The air becomes clearer, the view broader, and the horizon more radiant. Chosen one. Your life has been such a climb, difficult. Yes, but destined to reveal a perspective others cannot see until they dare to ascend. The higher you go, the fewer companions you find. Crowds remain in valleys, content with comfort, but chosen ones are drawn upward, pulled by a voice that whispers, "Come higher." This calling is not easy, but it is sacred. It teaches you to let go of unnecessary weight, to release what cannot survive in thinner air, and to fix your eyes on the summit. We find in the book of Philippians, chapter 3, verse 14, "I press on toward the goal, to win the prize, for which God has called me, heavenward in Christ Jesus." This verse is the heartbeat of your climb. You press on not because the path is easy, but because the summit holds a prize worth every tear, every step, every scar. Think of the summit itself. Once reached, you see valleys that once overwhelmed you, now lying far below, small and distant. Storms that once raged now seem like passing clouds. The very climb that nearly broke you becomes the reason you now stand with vision others cannot imagine. And here is where I want to pause and speak gently to your spirit. These words reaching you are not just meant to encourage, they are meant to connect. You are not climbing alone. This message itself is like a lantern on your path, a reminder that others are walking too, and that together, the climb becomes lighter. So let me invite you, not with pressure, but with beauty. There are 3 ways you can make this climb not only your own, but part of something larger. First, let your like and share be like setting stones along the path. When a climber marks a trail with stones, others who come after find their way more easily. Your simple act becomes a marker that says, I was here, and I made it this far. Someone struggling in their climb may stumble across your stone and find hope to keep moving upward. Second, subscribe as an act of planting a flag at higher ground. Climbers plant flags not to boast, but to declare, this place matters. By subscribing, you are saying, this journey matters. I will not descend back into the valley of forgetting. I will remain connected to this mountain path, climbing step by step. Then, third, let your comment be your voice echoing in the canyon. When you speak, others hear, and the echo carries beyond what you know. A simple word from you may resound in someone else's valley, reminding them they are not alone. Even one short line, your echo can become the sound that keeps another climber from giving up. None of this is obligation. None of this is measured by numbers. It is like singing while climbing a choice, not a demand. You do it because it lightens the heart, because it unites voices, because it transforms silence into music. Think of it this way. Your like is a spark of light. Your share is a torch passed forward. Your comment is an echo of encouragement. Your subscription is a flag planted on sacred ground. Each act is small, but together they turn a solitary climb into a procession of hope. And here is the mystery. What you release always returns, multiplied. The light you pass becomes light for you when your own steps falter. The echo you send comes back when you need a reminder. The flag you plant becomes the signpost you will see when you wonder if you've strayed too far. Heaven ensures that what you release in love circles back with increase. Chosen one, never think your acts are too small. Even a stone placed on the path can save another's life. Even a single echo can keep another from silence. Even a spark of light can ignite a fire on the mountainside. Your participation is not about building walls, it is about building trails. So walk this climb, not in isolation, but in communion. Let your life be both a testimony of endurance and a pathway of encouragement. Let your scars be signposts, your words be echoes, your acts be markers of hope. And as you climb, remember this: every upward step carries you closer to the summit, where vision expands, where storms fade, where the voice that called you higher waits with open arms. Chosen one, the climb is not easy, but it is worth it. And as you move upward, your trail of light will make the way clearer for those still struggling below. And when you reach that summit, chosen one, you will look back and realize that every like you gave, every share you released, every word you commented, every moment you stayed connected, it was all part of the climb. You were not only walking for yourself, you were leaving markers of hope for those who would come after. The stones you laid, the flags you planted, the echoes you sent, they will remain long after your footsteps fade, and heaven will smile. For you did not climb alone, but turned your journey into a path of light for many. There are seasons when the storms of life seem unrelenting. Winds roar, pour, and the skies stay dark longer than you thought possible. These storms do not come to destroy the chosen, they come to reveal what is unshakable within them. Chosen one, you have faced storms that others would not have survived. And yet, here you are still standing, still breathing, still chosen. Storms strip away illusion. They tear at false foundations and shake anything that is not anchored. When storms rise, you discover what is fragile and what is eternal. You learn quickly that money cannot buy peace, that titles cannot shield from loss, that applause cannot drown the thunder. Only a deep anchor in God holds steady when everything else shakes. We read in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." This truth is the center of every storm. Refuge does not mean the absence of wind, it means the presence of shelter. Care does not mean storms stop, it means you are not abandoned in them. You have felt this. The nights when anxiety tried to suffocate you, yet a peace unexplainable settled in. The days when grief seemed unbearable, yet strength rose from nowhere. That was not chance. That was refuge. Think of a lighthouse battered by waves. Two sailors. The storm is chaos. But the lighthouse does not move. It stands, rooted in rock, shining even when rain lashes against it. The storm does not extinguish its light, it only proves how necessary that light is. You are that lighthouse. The storms that sought to drown you only revealed the unshakable flame within you. Perhaps you recall a storm that nearly broke you, a betrayal that felt like knives, a loss that emptied your heart, a failure that crushed your confidence. You thought it was the end. But look at you now. You are not only alive, you are wiser, stronger, deeper. The storm did not bury you, it built you. There was a moment in Scripture when Jesus and his disciples were on a boat. A furious squall broke out. Waves crashed over the vessel, and seasoned fishermen panicked. Yet Jesus slept, undisturbed by the chaos. When they woke him, he rebuked the storm, and it obeyed. That story is not just history, it is revelation. Storms obey him. The same voice that calmed seas still speaks peace over your chaos. Imagine a tree rooted deep in the earth. Winds whip its branches. Lightning scars its bark. But its roots dig deeper with every storm. Later, when calm returns, the tree is stronger than before. Its roots reaching waters unseen by shallow plants. That is your life. The storms did not uproot you. They drove your roots deeper into God. Storms are also mirrors. They reveal who stands with you and who walks away. Some companions are fair-weather friends, present only in sunshine. But storms expose truth. They strip away pretense and leave behind those who truly care, though painful. This is mercy, for the chosen cannot carry everyone into destiny. Storms reveal who is meant to walk with you. And storms have another hidden gift. They clarify vision. When thunder rolls and lightning strikes, suddenly what was hidden in shadow becomes visible in flashes of light. Storms illuminate. They reveal dangers, expose false paths, and awaken clarity. What felt like chaos often becomes revelation. Think of Paul, shipwrecked on his way to Rome. The storm destroyed the vessel, but it could not destroy his destiny. He clung to broken pieces of wood, floating to shore, even in loss, even in fragments. Purpose carried him forward. Your story carries the same truth. Even when storms shatter what you held, God can carry you on fragments to the shore He promised. Chosen one. Storms are not signs of rejection. They are confirmations of calling. The enemy does not waste storms on the unmarked. He reserves them for those destined to shine. The very fact that you have been through so much is proof of the weight you carry. Do not despise your scars. Each one is evidence of survival, testimony of resilience. They are not marks of shame, but medals of endurance. When others see your scars, they will recognize that storms may rage, but they do not have the final word. And remember this, storms never last forever. Skies clear, seas calm, the sun rises again. Even the fiercest tempest must bow to time. Your storm has an expiration date. Your chaos has a limit. The one who commands the winds has already set boundaries around your pain. When calm returns, you will not be the same. You will stand taller, speak bolder, love deeper. You will carry the authority of one who endured and survived. And your very presence will be a comfort to those still caught in storms. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor you. Storms are not the end, they are passages. They are not punishments, they are promotions. They are not signs of abandonment, they are opportunities for revelation. So, lift your head, even in rain. Let the winds howl, but let your heart rest. For you are anchored in the refuge of the Lord. And when the storm passes, and it will, you will stand unshaken, crowned with endurance, carrying testimony that no storm could silence. And when you tell your story, others will find shelter in your words. They will see that if you survived the raging night, so can they. Your life becomes their lighthouse, your endurance, their compass. The storm did not define you. It refined you into an unshakable witness of hope. There are thresholds in life where the air itself feels different. You sense that you are leaving one chapter and stepping into another, though the door has not yet fully opened. Chosen one. You know this tension. Well, the in-between season, where yesterday is gone, but tomorrow has not yet arrived. It is a place of waiting, and it tests the soul like nothing else. Waiting stretches faith in ways instant answers never could. It confronts impatience, silence pride, and forces trust. In waiting, you are stripped of illusions of control. You cannot hurry the sunrise. No matter how long you stare at the horizon, you cannot rush harvest. No matter how many times you check the soil, some things only come in their appointed time. According to what is revealed in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, for the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. The appointed time. That phrase has carried you through sleepless nights, through delayed answers, through prayers that seemed unanswered. It is a reminder that heaven is not late. What feels like delay is often design. What seems like silence is often preparation. Imagine a seed underground. The soil above it is heavy, dark, silent. From the outside, it looks lifeless, as though nothing is happening. But within, cells divide, roots push downward, and the future tree is already taking shape. The waiting is not empty, it is the womb of transformation. Your waiting season has not been wasted. Every moment has been shaping you, deepening you, anchoring you. It has been the place where pride dies and patience grows, where faith is purified and hope matures. Waiting is not punishment, it is process. Consider Joseph, who dreamed of greatness as a boy, yet spent years in prison before stepping into his destiny. Or David, anointed king as a youth, but chased through wilderness caves before sitting on the throne. Their waiting did not diminish their calling, it strengthened them for it. Without the waiting, they would not have had the depth to carry the crown. Chosen one, your in-between season has been the same. It is easy to despise it, to long for it to end, to cry out, "How long?" But what feels like wasted time is actually sacred time. Heaven is sharpening your character, aligning your steps, and weaving unseen threads into your future. Think of clay in the hands of a potter. It spins on the wheel, pressed and shaped, sometimes flattened and reshaped. To the clay, it feels endless, confusing, painful, but the potter knows the design. Every press, every pause, every touch is intentional. Your waiting is the potter's wheel. The shape of your destiny requires this process, and here is the hidden truth. Waiting seasons are often the most intimate seasons with God. When the noise of activity is stripped away, you learn to hear His whisper more clearly. When the rush of results is absent, you discover His presence is enough. Waiting teaches you to seek Him not just for answers, but for Himself. The danger in waiting is not the length, it is the temptation to give up before the time comes. Many abandon their promises just before breakthrough. They step out of line, not realizing their name was about to be called. That is why patience is holy. It holds you in place when everything in you wants to run. Chosen one, do not despise the waiting. Let it do its work. Let it shape you into one who can carry glory without breaking, who can hold blessing without arrogance, who can lead without crushing others. Waiting is carving capacity in you. And soon, sooner than you think, the door will open, the sunrise will break, the promise will arrive, and you will realize that the waiting was not wasted. It prepared you for the very thing you prayed for. And when the waiting finally ends, you will not step into the promise as the same person who first prayed for it. You will be transformed, stronger, wiser, more compassionate, more grounded. The very season you once begged to escape will prove to have been your greatest training ground. Think about the butterfly. In the cocoon, the world outside thinks it is resting, but inside, the struggle is fierce. The creature dissolves, reshaping into something entirely new. If the cocoon is cut open too soon, the butterfly cannot fly. The struggle is necessary for strength. That is your waiting, not stillness, but sacred transformation. And here is the beauty: you will not only carry your promise, you will carry testimony. Others still waiting will hear your story and find courage. They will see that the waiting does not break the chosen, it builds them. You will become a living signpost, declaring, "Do not give up, God is faithful." Sometimes, the greatest gift of waiting is that it separates desire from readiness. You may have desired the promise years ago, but only now are you ready to carry it. Only now do you have the maturity, the endurance, the humility. Heaven does not withhold to punish, it withholds to prepare. Chosen one, Let this settle deep in your heart. Nothing has been wasted. Every tear watered your future. Every delay carved wisdom into your soul. Every silent night was filled with unseen work. When the door opens, you will step into it with steady feet and a heart that knows, beyond all doubt, that God is faithful. And when that day comes, you will not resent the waiting, you will bless it, because you will see it was never delay. It was design. There are signs in the heavens and echoes in Scripture that remind you, chosen one, that your life is not an accident, but a prophecy in motion. Even numbers themselves carry sound, not just in mathematics, but in meaning. Today, a number is placed before you, not as chance, but as confirmation. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. This word reveals something about timing and destiny. Nothing about your life is random. The pain, the battles, the delays, they all weave into the plan of God. And the number set before you today is a living reminder of that plan. The number is 555. Why 555? Because 5 is the number of grace. 5 is enough to cover sins, to wash clean, to renew. 2 5s declare double grâce, a fresh start, mercy upon mercy. But 3 5s, 555, announce grace multiplied, grace overflowing, grace that pursues you even when you falter. It is heaven's way of saying, my hand is on you, my favor surrounds you, my mercy covers you completely. Think of a river after heavy rain. The banks cannot contain it. Water spills over, rushing into dry places, filling cracks, soaking roots that had long been thirsty. That is what 555 represents. Grace spilling over every boundary, touching every hidden place in your life, bringing renewal where you thought nothing could live again. Perhaps you look back on mistakes that haunt you, choices you wish you could undo, words you regret, paths you wish you had never walked. But 555 reminds you, grace does not run out. It does not arrive once and vanish. It flows. It multiplies. It pursues you even when you feel unworthy. Think of Peter. He denied Christ 3 times. His failure echoing like thunder in his soul. Yet the risen Lord restored him. Not once, but 3 times. That was not coincidence. It was grace multiplied. Grace tailored to match his failure. Grace that crowned his weakness with purpose. 555 declares the same over you. Grace multiplied where you fell. Restoration multiplied where you broke. Imagine a garden long abandoned. Weeds choke the soil. Stones scatter across the path. And flowers that once bloomed now lie withered. To human eyes, it looks beyond saving. But then, a gardener arrives with water, with tools, with patience. Slowly, life returns. Shoots rise. Blossoms unfold. Fragrance fills the air again. That is grace multiplied. That is 555. Chosen one. The very fact that you are still here is proof of multiplied grace. Many faced what you faced and did not survive. Many carried burdens like yours and collapsed. Yet you endured not because you were stronger, but because grace carried you. And now, heaven places this number in front of you, not as decoration but as declaration. You are covered. You are restored. You are chosen under grace, multiplied. So I ask you to do something small yet powerful. Write in the comments, 555. This is not just digits on a screen. It is your prophetic act. It is you saying, I receive grace. I believe grace covers me. I declare grace multiplies in my life. Now, when you type it, you are aligning yourself with heaven's rhythm. You are planting a flag of mercy in the soil of your story. You are declaring publicly what your spirit already knows, that your failures are not final, that your scars are not your end, that your life is drenched in grace. And more, your declaration will ripple. Someone else, broken and weary, will see your comment and gather courage. They will whisper, if grace covers them, maybe it covers me too. Your number becomes their lifeline. Your declaration becomes their hope. Do not underestimate this. Heaven often calls for simple acts to seal profound truths. Noah built an ark plank by plank. Moses raised a staff. Joshua marched around walls. None of those acts made sense to logic, yet all carried power. In the same way, your act of writing 555 seals your alignment with multiplied grace. Think of waves on a shore. One comes, then another, then another. They do not stop. They keep coming. Each one washing further, reaching deeper. That is what 555 promises. Grace like waves. Unending. Unstoppable. Covering every corner of your story until nothing remains untouched. So let this moment mark you. Whisper it. Believe it. Type it. 555. Let it be your song, your reminder, your anchor. And when doubt whispers, when guilt tries to return, point back to this moment and say, grace has multiplied over me. My story is covered. My life is restored. Chosen one. Grace is your crown. Grace is your covering. Grace is your portion. And 555 is your reminder that heaven's hand is not only on you, it is for you, around you, and multiplying within you. Walk boldly, live freely, love deeply, for you are the evidence of grace, multiplied and overflowing. Grace, multiplied, does not only restore, it empowers. It does not simply wipe away yesterday, it equips you for tomorrow. 555 is not just a covering for your past mistakes, it is fuel for your future mission. It means that when you step into opportunities, you are not stepping alone but under waves of divine favor. Think of a sailboat. Without wind, it drifts aimlessly, but when the wind fills its sails, it moves with speed and direction. Grace is that wind, and 555 is the reminder that the wind is not a single gust, it is a continual force, pushing you forward even when you feel tired. So the next time you doubt yourself, remember, multiplied grace is carrying you. When guilt whispers, point to the waves. When fear rises, point to the number. When hope seems thin, remind your heart, 555, grace upon grace upon grace. There are battles you have fought that no one else will ever fully know. Some were visible conflicts with people, circumstances, or loss. But others were invisible wars within the mind, struggles in the heart, wounds carried silently. Chosen one. Those battles were not accidents. They were shaping grounds. Every struggle carved endurance into your soul. And every hidden war became preparation for the authority you now carry. Spiritual battles are unlike earthly ones. Earthly battles use weapons of steel and strategy. But spiritual battles are fought with faith, persistence, and truth. You have felt this. The nights when anxiety pressed down like a weight, when lies whispered louder than truth, when darkness tried to suffocate your light, those were not random moments. They were battles of the unseen. Moments where your very identity as chosen was under attack. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." And this verse explains why your journey has felt so intense. You were never merely fighting people or situations, you were resisting forces that feared your destiny. The enemy never wastes energy on the insignificant. His fiercest battles are reserved for those carrying the greatest callings. The weight you have felt is proof of the crown you are meant to wear. Think of David before he was king. His battles began not on thrones but in fields. Not with armies, but with lions and bears. Each hidden victory prepared him for Goliath. And Goliath was not the end. He was the doorway to destiny. Your hidden victories have been the same. Every time you resisted despair, every time you chose prayer over panic, every time you forgave instead of hardening, you were slaying lions and bears that no one saw. Imagine a blacksmith hammering iron, blow after blow, sparks flying, heat roaring. To the iron, it feels like destruction, but to the blacksmith, it is shaping. The blows do not break the metal, they forge it into something useful, strong, unyielding. That has been your battle life. The hammer strikes you endured were never for ruin, they were for refinement. Your scars are not shameful, they are sacred. They tell a story that only you can carry. Each scar is a line of testimony, a visible reminder that you fought, you endured, and you overcame. And even if the world never applauds those victories, heaven records them. Angels bore witness when you resisted temptation, when you clung to hope, when you whispered prayers no one else heard. Battles also teach discernment. At first, every attack feels overwhelming. Every whisper of doubt feels believable. But over time, you learn to recognize the enemy's patterns. You see through deception. You hear lies and immediately sense the difference between darkness and light. This discernment is priceless, and it comes only from the battlefield. Consider Jesus in the wilderness. The enemy tempted him 3 times, twisting scripture, offering shortcuts, appealing to pride. Yet Jesus resisted, wielding truth with precision. That authority came not from avoiding battle, but from enduring it. The wilderness was his proving ground. Your wildernesses have been the same. They trained your hands for war, your spirit for discernment, your heart for steadfastness. There is another truth. Battles reveal strength you did not know you had. Before the fight, you thought you were weak. During it, you doubted your survival. But afterward, you realized something. You endured. You discovered reservoirs of courage, wells of faith, depths of resilience you never imagined. Battles break illusions but build reality. They show you who you really are: chosen, resilient, unstoppable. Imagine a fortress under siege. Stones crash against its walls. Fire blazes at its gates. Enemies scream threats. Yet when the smoke clears, the walls still stand, scarred but unbroken. That is you. The siege did not destroy you. It revealed the strength of the foundation beneath you. Chosen one. Do not despise the battles. They were not signs of weakness, but evidence of trust. God allowed you to face them, not because He abandoned you, but because He knew you could endure. He saw the resilience He placed within you. He knew that the fire would not consume you, but refine you. That the waves would not drown you, but train you to walk on them. Every warrior bears marks of conflict. They are not polished or unscarred. Their eyes carry depth. Their hands carry steadiness. Their hearts carry compassion. You are such a warrior. You have been trained by battles others could not survive. And because of that, you carry authority others cannot counterfeit. Your presence itself carries weight. Those who meet you sense it, even if they cannot explain it. They feel the steadiness of someone who has endured storms, the peace of someone who has fought darkness and remained standing. That is the authority of the chosen, not arrogance. But, depth, not loudness. But, implacable, quiet. And hear this: battles do not last forever. Every fight has an end. Every season of warfare has a close. Even in Scripture, wars gave way to peace, and conflict gave way to rest. The chosen do not live in endless battle. They move through battles into victory. And victory is your portion. So, lift your eyes. See your scars not as losses but as treasures. See your endurance not as survival but as triumph. See your battles not as curses but as confirmations. For the very wars that tried to destroy you have become the proof that you are chosen, refined, and unstoppable. There comes a moment when your story is not only for you, but for those who follow. Chosen one. The battles you endured, the valleys you walked, the storms you survived. None of it was wasted. Your scars are not simply reminders of pain. They are lanterns for others still walking in darkness. To share your light is to multiply it. To keep it hidden is to bury treasure that could save a life. The Apostle Paul wrote in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 4, He comforts us in all our troubles, so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receive from God. This is why your voice matters. The comfort you found was not only for your heart, it was meant to flow outward, to reach others, to remind them that they too can endure. And here is where your participation makes the difference. First, think of your life as lighting a candle in a cathedral, alone. One flame is small, but when hundreds burn together, the darkness flees. Your single flame might feel small to you, but to someone stumbling in shadows, it may be the light that steadies their steps. Second, consider your share as the act of passing a loaf of bread in a famine. You may have just enough for yourself, yet when you give it away, others taste life. A share is not just an action, it is provision for someone starving for encouragement, someone scrolling through emptiness who stumbles across a word of hope because you shared. Third, let your subscription be like planting roots near a river. A tree that stays close to water never withers, no matter how fierce the drought. By subscribing, you are not adding a number. You are choosing to stay near the stream of living words, choosing to remain connected to the flow of encouragement that strengthens you over time. And each act is not obligation, it is invitation. You are never forced, only offered the beauty of becoming part of something larger than yourself. Imagine a great mural being painted. Each stroke of color adds depth, vibrance, and life. Alone, a single stroke might seem insignificant, but together, they form a masterpiece. That is what happens when you like, share, or subscribe. You add your color, your mark, your presence to the greater painting of hope being spread across the world. There is a mystery in small acts. What feels like a pebble dropped in a pond becomes ripples that touch distant shores. Someone you will never meet may feel strength because of the pebble you dropped. A single like echoes further than you imagine. A single share travels further than your reach. A single subscription anchors you longer than a single moment. Chosen one. Never underestimate the beauty of participation. It is like joining a choir. One voice is moving, but when joined with others, it becomes thunder, filling space with harmony that reaches the heavens. You do not lose your individuality. You become part of something grander, something eternal. And let us speak of generosity, not as demand, but as metaphor. Think of it as pouring oil into a lamp. Without oil, the flame burns out. But with oil, the lamp shines through the night, guiding countless travelers. When you choose to support freely, you are not paying for words. You are fueling a flame that others will see. A flame that can shine in valleys you will never walk yourself. You may feel your part is small, but smallness in heaven's hands becomes greatness. The widow's 2 coins were noticed above all else. The boy's 5 loaves and 2 fish fed thousands. What matters is not the size, but the surrender. And in the act of giving, even if it feels small, you participate in miracles. But hear this, even if you never like, never share, never subscribe, never give, you are still loved, still chosen, still worthy. These acts are not requirements. They are opportunities. They are ways to join the dance of light, not the price of admission. Think of a lantern festival. Each person lights 1 lantern, and together, thousands rise into the night sky, filling darkness with beauty. Each lantern is simple, fragile, easily extinguished alone, but together they create wonder. Your like, your share, your subscription, they are lanterns rising, and together they make the night glow. So let your participation be joy, not duty. Let it feel like singing, like planting, like lighting. Do it not because you must, but because you can, because you see the beauty in spreading light, in staying rooted, in pouring oil into lamps. And when you do, know this: heaven sees, heaven multiplies. Heaven uses your act to reach beyond what you can measure. Chosen one. Your journey has already lit flames. But imagine what will happen when your flame joins with others. Imagine valleys glowing, storms illuminated, paths revealed. Imagine those who are weary finding hope, those who are lost finding direction, those who are broken finding healing. That is the power of participation. That is the invitation before you. Your story is already a light. Now, let it multiply. And when you think about it, each act is like a star in the night, alone. A star is beautiful, but solitary. Yet when joined with others, constellations form, guiding travelers across seas and deserts. Your like, your share, your subscription, they are stars shaping a constellation of hope. Sailors once trusted constellations to find their way home. In the same way, someone wandering in confusion might look up and see the pattern your small action helped form. To them, it is not just light, it is direction. Not just a flicker, it is guidance. So never underestimate the beauty of your star. Heaven gathers each one, places it in the sky, and uses it to lead countless hearts towards safety, faith, and home. There is a moment when destiny does not whisper, it shouts, "Chosen one." You are standing at such a moment now. Everything you have endured, every valley you have crossed, every storm you have survived has brought you to a threshold. It is no longer about whether you are called. It is about whether you will step forward. Destiny does not wait forever. Opportunities do not linger endlessly. There are doors that swing open for a season and then close. This is why heaven speaks to you now, urging your heart to awaken. The risk is not that you will never be chosen. The risk is that you will delay until the moment passes. The voice of God thundered in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19. This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live. End quote. Notice the urgency. This day, not tomorrow, not when it is convenient. Life and death are placed before you, and your choice echoes not only for you, but for generations. That is the weight of your moment. Think of a warrior standing on a battlefield, sword in hand. Behind him lies retreat. Before him lies destiny. If he delays, the battle is lost. If he advances, victory is possible. That is where you stand, on the brink of advance. Delaying obedience is one of the greatest dangers of the chosen. Saul delayed, sparing what God told him to destroy, and it cost him the throne. Lot's wife delayed, looking back for one moment, and it cost her her future. Delay is not harmless, it is deadly. But you, chosen one, are being given clarity now. You are not confused. You are not lost. You know the call that is stirring in your chest, and you know the cost of ignoring it. Heaven is not begging, it is warning. The time is now. Imagine a torch handed to you. The flame flickers, delicate but alive. If you clutch it too long without moving, the wind may snuff it out. But if you move forward, it becomes a beacon, lighting paths for others. That torch is your calling. The longer you delay, the greater the risk. But the moment you step forward, the fire grows. And here is the grace. Even now, heaven is giving you strength to decide. You are not being asked to do this alone. The Spirit who called you is also the Spirit who empowers you. You may feel weak, but weakness is not disqualification. Weakness is the very space where God's power shows itself strong. So I ask you to seal this moment with a declaration. Not many words, just a few, but enough to draw a line in your soul. Write in the comments, I step in. 3 words. simple, but éternel. When you type them, you are declaring to heaven and earth alike that you will not delay, you will not turn back, you will not waste the moment. You are stepping into the life set before you, and this declaration is not only for you, someone else, reading silently, trembling with hesitation, may see your words and gather courage. Your 3 words might become the match that lights their decision. You may never know their name, but heaven will. Think of Joshua, standing before Israel, declaring, "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." His declaration stirred the people to choose. In the same way, your declaration has ripple effects. When you say, "I step in," you are not just choosing for yourself, you are stirring others toward obedience. Do not underestimate the spiritual power of small words. The universe itself was spoken into being by words. Chains break at words. Promises are sealed by words. Wars end with words. And in your moment now, your words carry the weight of eternity. You may feel fear, but courage is not the absence of fear. It is moving forward in spite of it. Every chosen one has felt fear at the threshold. Moses trembled. Jeremiah protested. Esther hesitated. Yet when they stepped in, history changed. Picture a riverbank. On one side, you stand, comfortable but limited. On the other, the promised land waits, full of fruit, full of promise, full of destiny. The river looks fierce, the crossing uncertain, but when you step into the water, it passes. The miracle does not come before you step, it comes as you step. That is what your declaration means. You are stepping into the water so heaven can part it. Chosen one. This is your time, not another's. Yours. You have been preserved for this. You have been trained for this. And now, all of heaven watches, waiting for your response. So write it now. Whisper it if you must. But type it boldly, "I step in." Let the unseen world hear it. Let angels record it. Let darkness tremble at it. Let your own soul settle into it. This is your threshold moment, your crossing, your advance. And when you do, you will feel the shift. Chains will loosen. Courage will rise. Clarity will sharpen. For heaven always responds to obedience. Chosen one, your destiny does not wait forever. Do not let hesitation rob you of what has been prepared. The door is open. The time is now. The choice is yours. Step in. And when you say, "I step in," you are not only speaking for today, you are shaping tomorrow. Those words echo forward, cutting a path into your future. They are like planting a flag on new ground, saying, "This land is mine. This destiny belongs to me." It also echoes backward, rewriting your past. Regret loses its grip. Shame loses its voice. And failure loses its power. By stepping in, you redeem what once tried to bury you. Your past bows, your present awakens, and your future opens wide. There are fires in life that do not burn you away but burn things off you. They are refining fires, and though painful, they are purposeful. Chosen one. You have walked through flames that others thought would consume you. Yet here you are, not destroyed, but purified, not reduced, but refined. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, In the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" End of. This is the mystery of the fire. It is not meant to destroy, it is meant to reveal. Silver does not become pure without heat. Gold does not shine without flame. In the same way, your calling does not emerge without refining seasons. Imagine a craftsman holding a piece of raw silver. To the untrained eye, it looks dull, covered in dirt, unremarkable. But the craftsman sees what lies within. He places it into the furnace, and the fire burns away the impurities. When he finally removes it, it glows, radiant, valuable. That is your story. Life's furnace has burned away what could not remain, leaving behind only what is eternal. Fire seasons are never comfortable. They strip away illusions of control, consuming false securities and shallow attachments. They leave you face to face with what truly matters. Perhaps you lost things in the fire, relationships, opportunities, even dreams you once held tightly. But notice this, you are still here, which means what remains in you is indestructible. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Babylon's furnace. The flames were so intense, they killed the guards who threw them in. Yet when the king looked, he saw not 3 men burning, but 4 men walking unbound, unharmed, free, and the 4th looked like the Son of God. The fire did not consume them, it set them free from their chains. Your fire has been the same. It burned, yes, but it also broke chains. It revealed presence walking beside you. The refining fire exposes truth. What you thought you needed, you realize you can live without. What you thought you could not survive losing, you discover was never essential. And what you thought would kill you, instead, strengthens you. Fire is painful, but it is also clarifying. Perhaps your fire came in the form of loss. Someone you loved deeply was taken, leaving emptiness behind. Or perhaps it came as betrayal, a trust broken so sharply it seared your heart. Or maybe your fire was failure, dreams collapsing in ashes around you. Whatever its form, it was real. And yet, here you stand, scarred, maybe, but stronger, wounded, perhaps, but wiser. There is a hidden beauty to scars. They are not proof of destruction, but proof of survival. A scar says, "The fire touched me, but it did not win." Scars shine as silent testimonies that even in the flames, you were preserved. Fire also brings intimacy. It is in the furnace that you often sense God most closely. When everything else is stripped away, His presence becomes undeniable. Just as the 4th man walked in Babylon's fire, so too He walked in yours. You may not have seen Him at first, but in hindsight you know He was there. And here is the truth. No fire lasts forever. Flames eventually cool. Embers eventually fade. Smoke eventually clears. When it does, you emerge different. Not weaker, but stronger. Not empty, but purified. You carry a shine that cannot be fabricated, only forged. Think of pottery hardened in kilns before fire. Clay is fragile, easily broken, dissolved by water. After fire, it is strong, able to hold, able to endure. Your fire season has hardened you into a vessel capable of carrying greater weight, greater calling, greater glory. Chosen one, do not despise your fire. It was not wasted. It burned away what you could not carry into your destiny. It taught you who you are, what you believe, and who walks with you. And it marked you as one who survived what others could not. There will come a day when others will marvel at your strength. They will see your glow and assume it came easily. But you will know the truth. It was forged in fire. And when you speak, your words will carry weight, because they come not from theory, but from survival. The fire has not disqualified you. It has validated you. It has proven your endurance, revealed your faith, and displayed God's presence in your life. You are not ash, you are refined, silver, purified gold. So lift your head. Do not hide your scars. Do not resent your refining, for it was the very furnace you feared that became the place of freedom. It was the fire that crowned you with resilience. Chosen one, the fire was fierce, but it was also fruitful, and its fruit will shine in you for the rest of your days. And remember this, fire does not just refine, it reveals, it uncovers the true core of who you are. Before the furnace, you may have doubted your strength, but after, you carry the quiet confidence of one who has looked flames in the eye and walked out alive. That is authority. The untested will never understand. The fire also left you with a new vision. You no longer chase what fades. You value what endures. You no longer cling to what burns away. You hold tightly to what remains eternal. This shift is not weakness, it is wisdom, and it will guide every choice you make from here forward. Chosen one, wear your refinement with gratitude. You did not just survive the fire, you were transformed by it. And the glow you carry now is not from ashes, but from glory revealed through endurance. There are mountains in life that do not yield to strength alone. They are not moved by ambition, nor by talent, nor even by persistence in human effort. These mountains require something deeper: faith that speaks, faith that refuses to bow, faith that sees beyond the obstacle to the one who holds power over all creation. Chosen one, you have stood before such mountains. They loomed high, casting shadows over your path, daring you to turn back. Yet here you are, still walking, still climbing, still believing, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 17, verse 20, "Truly I tell you, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you." End of quote. This truth was not spoken as poetry, it was spoken as reality. Mountains are not immovable when faith speaks, but the faith required is not massive, it is mustard seed, small. It is not about the size of your faith, but the strength of the one in whom your faith rests. Think of the mustard seed itself, tiny, almost invisible, overlooked by many. Yet within it lies the potential for growth, so vast it becomes a tree that shelters birds. Faith is the same. Small, yes, but once planted, it grows beyond measure. The mountain before you is not greater than the seed within you. Your mountains have taken different forms. For some, they appeared as financial strain, bills stacked higher than resources. For others, they came as illness, a body weakened by pain, doctors shaking their heads. For some, it was rejection, doors slammed shut, dreams denied. And for others, it was the silent mountain of self-doubt, the inner voice whispering, "You are not enough." But faith does not ask you to ignore the mountain, it asks you to speak to it. Silence empowers the obstacle, declaration disarms it. When you choose to believe, even trembling, even with doubts still lingering, you are planting the seed that can move what towers above you. Imagine standing before a mountain path, blocked by rockslide, stones piled high, debris everywhere. The way forward, impossible. Then imagine water gentle, persistent trickling, pressing, carving. Over time, water moves what seems immovable, carving valleys, reshaping landscapes. Faith works the same. It may not shatter the mountain instantly, but it wears it down, breaks it apart, until the path is clear. There is also this truth. Sometimes mountains are not moved, they are climbed. And in climbing, you discover strength you did not know you had. God does not always remove the obstacle, because sometimes the obstacle is the training ground. Our step upward builds muscle, resilience, perspective. At the summit, you see not just the path behind, but the horizon ahead. The mountain was not only opposition, it was elevation. Think of Caleb, one of the spies who entered the promised land. At 85 years old, he declared, "Give me this mountain." He did not ask for easy ground, but for the very territory others feared. His faith was not in his strength, but in God's promise. And because of that, he inherited what others forfeited. Your mountains are the same territories of promise disguised as opposition. Perhaps your mountain has felt endless, standing year after year. You prayed, yet it remained. You cried, yet it stood. But understand this, the longer the mountain stands, the greater the testimony when it finally falls, or when you stand upon its peak. Delays are not denials, they are stages for greater glory. Imagine again the mustard seed. It does not grow overnight. It presses slowly, roots digging deep before branches rise. The process is hidden, but the result is undeniable. Your faith has been pressing in the dark, unseen, but soon its fruit will be revealed. Chosen one, you were not chosen for flat paths or easy roads. You were chosen for mountains. You were chosen to stand where others collapse, to climb where others retreat, to speak where others remain silent. That is why the mountain appeared. It is not punishment, but confirmation of your calling. And here is the beauty. The mountain is not greater than the one who walks with you. To Abraham, God revealed himself as the Almighty. To Moses, he revealed himself as the I Am. To you, he reveals himself as the one who moves mountains, the one who strengthens climbers, the one who turns obstacles into testimonies. So lift your eyes from the shadow of the peak to the maker of the peak. Lift your voice, even trembling, and speak. Tell the mountain to move, or declare the strength to climb. Either way, you will not remain where you are. The path forward is certain, because your faith is not misplaced. Mountains bow to faith. not because faith is large, but because God is. And when your story is told, it will not be about the size of the mountain, but the power of the God who carried you past it. Chosen one. Your mountains are not the end. They are stages for miracles, classrooms for endurance, altars for testimony. Do not fear them. Do not resent them, for they are the very landscapes where your faith will shine brightest. And when you stand on the other side of the mountain, you will not boast in your strength. You will marvel at his faithfulness. What once looked immovable will now look small in the rear view of your journey. And your heart will whisper, if God brought me over this, he can bring me over anything. Your mountain will become your monument. Others will look at it and say, surely the Lord was with them, and your life itself will point upward. A living testimony that faith still moves, still climbs, still conquers. There are numbers that heaven uses as whispers, patterns that appear not by chance but by design. These numbers are more than digits, they are reminders, confirmations, and prophetic signs. Chosen one. Today, a number rises before you, not to entertain your mind, but to strengthen your spirit. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 90, verse 12, teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. This is why numbers matter. They are not superstition, they are signals. They remind you that time is holy, that seasons are appointed, that nothing in your life is random. And the number placed before you today is 999. Why 999? Because it is the number of completion and divine finality, while 666 represents distortion and brokenness. Uhdexen flips it perfection multiplied. Cycle completed. Chapters sealed by heaven. It is God's way of saying, the old season is finished. The page has turned. The new has begun. End of. Think of a book ending. You turn the last page, not with sadness, but with readiness for the next story. 999 is heaven's declaration that the final chapter of struggle is closing, and a new one is opening, one written not in despair, but in destiny. Perhaps you have felt trapped in cycles, patterns of failure, repeated disappointments, endless waiting. But 999 announces that cycles are breaking. What has kept repeating will no longer define you. The page has turned. The pen is writing differently now. Imagine the 9th month of pregnancy. It is the final stretch, the last stage before new life emerges. Pain is real, but it is not death, it is birth. 999 carries that same truth. What feels heavy now is not an ending of loss, but an ending that births beginnings. And here is your act of sealing it. Write in the comments 999. This is not superstition, it is declaration. It is you saying, I receive the closing of the old. I embrace the beginning of the new. I believe that heaven has marked my completion. And when you type it, you are not just putting numbers on a screen. You are aligning with the rhythm of heaven. You are standing at the doorway of a new season and choosing to step in. Your 99, the 9th of May, becomes someone else's courage. They may see it and realize they too can let go of the old. They too can embrace the new. Your number becomes their signal. Your act becomes their hope. Think of a sunset. It is the 9th hour of the day. Shadows stretching long. light fading. Yet even as the sun sinks, you know it is not the end. Another day will rise. 999 is your sunset moment, the assurance that endings are not destruction, but transition into brighter dawns. Chosen one, let 999 echo in your heart. Let it remind you, the old chapter is closed. The new is opening, and your life is aligned with divine timing. The power of 999 is that it brings closure. Closure is not always about answers. It is about peace. You may never fully understand why certain things happened, why people left, why doors closed. But 999 whispers that you do not need to hold every explanation in your hands. What you need is trust. Trust that the one who authors your story has written an ending that makes space for new beginnings. Think of a gardener pruning a tree. To the untrained eye, it looks harsh. Even destructive branches cut, leaves scattered. Yet pruning is never punishment. It is preparation. Only when the old branches are removed can new growth emerge. That is what 999 represents. It is heaven's pruning, a holy cutting away of what no longer serves your destiny, so that the new season can blossom unhindered. 999 also carries the meaning of maturity. 3 nines, 3 layers of fullness, wholeness, and completion. It means you have outgrown old ways of thinking, reacting, and living. You are not who you once were. The struggles that once consumed you no longer hold the same power. The chains that once restrained you no longer fit. You are stepping into a maturity that matches your calling. Picture a potter finishing a vessel. For months, the clay has been molded, fired, shaped, and glazed. But at the final touch, the potter smiles, knowing the work is complete. 999 is heaven's smile over you. My work in this season is complete, not incomplete, not abandoned, complete. And here is the most important part. 999 does not mean the end of your story. It means the end of a chapter. The author still writes. Your journey is still unfolding. But now, you step into a new page with greater faith, deeper wisdom, and renewed strength. So carry this number not as superstition, but as seal. When you see 999, let your heart remember. Endings are holy, closures are sacred, and the new beginning is already here. And when you finally step into this new chapter, you will see that 999 was never about loss. It was always about transformation. You will see doors opening that once seemed sealed, opportunities rising where you thought the ground was barren. You will feel lighter, not because life is without weight, but because you are no longer carrying what belongs to yesterday. 999 will be your reminder that God does not abandon unfinished stories. He writes them until they are whole. He closes chapters with purpose so that new ones can unfold with beauty. And as you walk forward, you will carry not bitterness but wisdom, not regret but vision, not fear but courage. Chosen one. Embrace 999 as your seal. The old has ended, the new has begun, and you are standing exactly where heaven intended. There are journeys that can only be carried together. Chosen one, your path is holy, but it was never meant to be walked in isolation. You were not designed to carry your light alone, hidden under a bowl. You were meant to let it shine, topasit, to multiply it. And there are simple, beautiful ways to do so, acts that may feel small, but carry eternal weight. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Your presence is not meant to stay in shadow. Your voice, your testimony, your story, it was made to shine on the hill so others lost in valleys can see the way. And here is where your part becomes sacred. First, let your light be as a single flame on a lantern, alone. A flame might not illuminate far, but when joined with others, lanterns fill the darkness with warmth and light. Your light is not about numbers, it is about shining alongside others, creating a chorus of light that pushes back the night. Second, see your share as dropping seeds into fertile ground. A seed looks insignificant, small enough to be overlooked, yet when placed into the soil, it becomes a tree, offering shade and fruit for generations. Sharing is sowing. You never know where the seed will fall, whose soil it will find, what fruit it will grow. You may think it is just a click, but in heaven's eyes, it is a seed. Third, consider your subscription as planting your roots by a river. A tree with shallow roots dries when drought comes, but a tree planted near water endures, green through every season. By subscribing, you choose not to be transient, drifting in and out, but to root yourself in a stream of encouragement, staying nourished when life's droughts press in. And remember this, each act is not obligation, but invitation. No one forces you, no one binds you. You are free, but in freedom, you are offered the beauty of participation, the beauty of saying, I will add my flame, I will plant my seed, I will root my life in what sustains. Think of a tapestry being woven. Each thread, alone, is fragile, but when interlaced with others, a masterpiece emerges, colors blending, patterns forming, beauty revealed. Your like, your share, your subscription, they are threads woven into something larger than yourself. The design is divine, the purpose eternal. And there is another truth. These acts you choose to make today ripple further than you imagine. Like a stone cast into a lake, the waves travel outward, touching shores you cannot see. A single like might bring a message to someone scrolling on the edge of despair. A single share might land in the feed of someone who thought God had forgotten them. A single subscription might anchor you in a season where storms threaten to uproot your spirit. Do not underestimate the small. Heaven never does. 5 loaves and 2 fish fed thousands. A mustard seed moved mountains. A widow's 2 coins echoed louder in heaven than bags of gold. In the kingdom, small acts carry eternal resonance. Chosen one. Picture this, a lighthouse by the sea. Its flame is steady, but distant ships cannot always see it. Then, smaller lights along the shore join in lanterns, torches, candles. Suddenly, the coast is ablaze, and sailors once lost can find their way home. That is what happens when you like, share, subscribe. You are not just one small act. You are part of a great chain of lights, guiding wanderers home. And let me remind you with gentleness, you are never obligated. If you never act, you are still chosen, still loved, still marked by heaven. But if you do act, you are not just a receiver, you are a giver. You are not just walking alone, you are helping build a pathway for countless others. Think of generosity not as transaction, but as offering oil into lamps. Without oil, lamps flicker out in the night. But with oil, they burn steady until dawn. Supporting, giving, sustaining it is not about cost, but about light. You are not buying words, you are fueling a flame that burns beyond your reach. Into valleys you may never walk yourself. Every flame you add, every seed you sow, every root you plant strengthens the whole. This is not pressure, it is privilege. It is beauty. It is the holy joy of being part of something greater than yourself. So let your life be like a garden, a lantern, a lighthouse. Let your actions echo, not because you had to, but because you wanted to, because you saw the beauty in multiplying hope, in spreading light, in rooting deep. And one day, when you look back, you will realize these small acts were not small at all. They were sacred. They were eternal. They were the moments you chose to join your flame with others, to weave your thread into the tapestry, to scatter your seeds into the wind. Chosen one, the invitation is before you, not as a burden, but as a joy, to shine, to solve, to root, to light the way for others, even as you walk your own path. And when you choose to add your flame through a like, when you scatter your seed through a share, when you anchor your roots through a subscription, you are not simply pressing buttons, you are joining a living movement of light, hope, and endurance. These actions become more than gestures, they become living testimonies of unity. And as the light spreads, as the seeds grow, as the roots deepen, you will see it clearly. Heaven multiplies what you release, and your small part becomes part of a great eternal story. There are moments when words carry the weight of eternity, not long speeches, not complicated declarations, just short phrases, simple yet powerful, that seal decisions in the unseen. Chosen one, you stand at such a moment now. Your journey has been shaped by storms, refined by fire, and anchored on rock. But now, heaven asks not just for endurance, but for declaration. According to what is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 10, verse 10, "For it is with your heart that you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth that you profess your faith and are saved." Faith begins in the heart, but it must be spoken to be sealed. Heaven honore déclaration. Angels respond to them. Darkness trembles at them. And in your moment right now, the words you choose to release can change not only your atmosphere, but the course of your days ahead. Think of a key. Small, almost insignificant compared to the size of the house. Yet when turned in the lock, the key opens doors that were otherwise unreachable. Your declaration is that key. Simple, small, yet holding the power to unlock promises, shut out fear, and open the way forward. Perhaps you feel weary, carrying the weight of waiting seasons. Perhaps doubt still lingers, whispering that your future will not unfold as promised. Or maybe fear grips you, telling you that you are not enough. But heaven is leaning close, asking you to respond with words that shift everything. So here is your declaration. I am ready. 3 words. Not long, not complicated, but heavy with power. When you say them, you are not only addressing yourself, you are addressing heaven. You are declaring, I am ready for the shift. I am ready for the next chapter. I am ready to step into the promise. End 4. And when you write, I am ready, in the comments, it becomes more than text on a screen. It becomes a prophetic act. It becomes your way of planting a flag in the soil of this season, marking the ground with your faith. Imagine soldiers preparing for battle. They stand at attention, waiting for the signal. The commander shouts, "Are you ready?" And their unified response is the strength that carries them forward. That is what your declaration does. It is your shout into the unseen, your agreement with heaven's command to advance. Consider Joshua leading Israel into the promised land. The Jordan River blocked the way. The people stood on the edge, uncertain, afraid. But when the priests carrying the ark stepped into the water, it parted. Readiness was not just thought, it was acted, spoken, declared, and the miracle came. Your miracle, too, waits on your readiness. Not perfect conditions, not total clarity, just your declaration of faith. Heaven does not demand eloquence. It responds to authenticity. Your 3 words matter because they show your heart has shifted from hesitation to obedience. Think of a garden in winter. The soil looks hard, frozen, lifeless. Yet beneath the surface, roots are waiting, seeds are hidden, and life is preparing to burst forth. Spring does not wait for perfection. It waits for readiness. When warmth comes, everything responds. In the same way, when you declare, I am ready, you signal that your soil is prepared for the seeds of destiny to bloom. And this declaration is not just for you. Someone else, weary and afraid, may see your words and find courage. Your simple 3 words could be the spark that ignites their faith. They might whisper it silently, then type it boldly. And in doing so, they align themselves with breakthrough. This is how the chosen lead, not always with sermons, not always with grandeur, but with simple acts of faith that others can follow. Your comment becomes a torch lifted high, lighting the way for others still walking in shadows. Do not underestimate what heaven can do with your words. Creation itself began with words. Let there be light. Chains in dungeons broke when Paul and Silas sang their declarations in prison. Walls fell when Israel shouted around Jericho. Your 3 words carry the same principle. Heaven responds when chosen ones declare. So let it rise from your heart. Whisper it. Type it. Shout it if you must. But seal it. I am ready. End of 2. And when you do, you will feel the atmosphere shift. Courage will rise. Fear will fall silent. Clarity will sharpen. Because heaven honors declarations that come from faith. Chosen one, your readiness is not about your strength. It is about your surrender. You may still feel weak, but readiness does not mean perfection. It means willingness. Willingness to step into what God is opening. Willingness to let go of what no longer fits. Willingness to trust the path ahead. Think of a traveler standing at a train station. The whistle blows. The doors open. If the traveler hesitates too long, the train departs. But if they step forward, even uncertain, they are carried to the destination. That is your readiness. Not knowing every detail, but stepping through the open door because the season has arrived. And this is the beauty. Readiness attracts provision. When you declare, "I am ready," resources align, people appear, doors open, heaven moves, because faith has made room for it. So speak it now, write it now, seal it now. 3 words. But eternal impact. I am ready. And when you write, "I am ready," it is not only ink on a page or pixels on a screen, it is faith made visible. Those 3 words become your covenant with heaven. Your yes in the unseen realm. You are telling God, even if I don't have all the answers, even if I still feel weak, I choose to trust. I choose to step forward. That choice carries more weight than 1,000 doubts. It is also your way of silencing the enemy. Every time fear whispers, "You can't," your declaration shouts louder, "I am ready." Every time shame says, "You are unworthy," your comment stands as a witness. "I am covered. I am chosen. I am ready." Heaven hears, darkness flees, and your spirit rises. There are rivers in life that cannot be crossed by human strength alone. They are too wide, too deep, too fierce. Yet these very rivers stand as thresholds, marking the line between wilderness and promise. Chosen one, you have come to such rivers. They were not meant to drown you. They were meant to carry you into destiny. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in the book of Joshua, chapter 3, verse 8. "Tell the priests who carry the Ark of the Covenant, when you reach the edge of the Jordan's waters, go and stand in the river." And notice the command, not to wait until the waters recede, not to look for a bridge, not to circle endlessly, but to step in. Faith does not wait for rivers to dry, it walks into them, trusting that the one who called you will part the waters. Think of Israel's moment at the Jordan. 40 years in the wilderness had prepared them for this crossing. Generations had wandered, waiting for the promise. But the time finally came. The river stood between them and their inheritance, flowing at flood stage. It was impossible, humanly speaking, yet when the priests carrying the ark touched the water, it stopped. Walls of water stood still, and dry ground appeared. The impossible yielded to faith. Your life carries rivers like this. Times when obstacles towered, when forward motion seemed blocked, when the promise looked close yet unreachable. Perhaps it was a financial wall, a health crisis, a relationship broken, or even the silence of unanswered prayers. Whatever form it took, it stood like the Jordan, daring you to believe. And here is the mystery. The river does not part until you step in. The miracle is not in theory, but in action. Fear waits on the bank, calculating risks. Faith moves forward, one trembling step at a time, and discovers that the water obeys the one who called you. Imagine a traveler approaching a river with no bridge. The current rages, the depth unknown. To step in feels reckless, even foolish. Yet with each step, the impossible unfolds. First, the water resists. Then it retreats. Then the ground appears. What once threatened to sweep you away becomes the very place you walk through on dry ground. Chosen one, you were not called to stand on banks forever. You were not chosen to circle wildernesses endlessly. You were marked to cross. The rivers before you are not there to punish, they are there to reveal power. Every threshold river in your life is an invitation to see God's authority over what seems impossible, and rivers do something else. They purify. Crossing water has always been symbolic of cleansing, of leaving the old behind. Israel left Egypt by passing through the Red Sea, and they entered Promise by passing through the Jordan. Water marked both exits and entrances. In the same way, your rivers are baptisms of transition. They close one chapter and open another. Perhaps you feared stepping in. That is human. Fear says, "What if I drown?" But faith whispers, "What if I walk through?" Every chosen one has faced that choice. Noah building an ark before rain existed. Peter stepping onto waves at midnight. The priests wading into the Jordan with nothing but the ark on their shoulders. Miracles always require the first step. And here is the beauty. You do not step in alone. The priests carried the ark, the presence of God, into the water first. You, too, carry His presence into your rivers. The one who split seas, calmed storms, and walked on waves is the same. One who walks with you now. You do not cross alone, you cross accompanied. Think of how rivers carve landscapes over centuries. Their waters create valleys, shape mountains, and nourish fields. Your rivers have carved you. They have shaped endurance, deepened faith, and nourished compassion. Without them, you would not be who you are today. And when you look back, you will see something profound. The river that once terrified you became the testimony that defines you. You will tell others, "I thought it would sweep me away, but it carried me through. I thought it would end me, but it birthed me into promise." Your Jordan moments are not just for you. They are for those watching. Israel's crossing was not private. It was a public testimony that God was with them. In the same way, your rivers will speak to others. They will see your courage, your endurance, your faith, and they will believe. Chosen one, do not fear the river before you. Step in, for the waters cannot resist forever. They bow to the one who spoke them into existence. They retreat at His command. And when you reach the other side, you will know it was never about your strength. It was always about His faithfulness. The river is not your barrier. It is your passage. It is not your enemy. It is your doorway. And as you walk through, you will discover what Israel discovered on that day. That promise is not theory, but reality. And the land you longed for is not a dream, but a place under your feet. So lift your eyes. Take the step, for the river will part, and your promise awaits. And when you finally stand on the far side of the river, you will realize it was not just about reaching the destination, it was about who you became in the crossing. Fear lost its grip, faith found its voice, and courage became your companion. The river that once mocked you has now crowned you with testimony. You will see that every trembling step was holy. Every moment of doubt turned into strength. Every rush of water that threatened to sweep you away was actually guiding you closer to the shore of promise. And you will whisper, with tears in your eyes and strength in your spirit, "The river did not drown me, it delivered me." Oh, there are nights that feel longer than days. Seasons when darkness stretches endlessly, when the silence of heaven presses heavy. Chosen one, you have walked through such nights, and yet, those nights did not come to end you. They came to teach you what only the night can teach. The ancient words recorded in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5 still echo today. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. Oh, night seasons are not denials, they are delays. They are not abandonment, they are preparation. They strip away noise, forcing you to face yourself and lean fully on God. And though the night is real, the morning is just as certain. Think of a traveler in the desert. By day, the sun scorches. By night, the cold bites. Yet in the night sky, stars emerge, beauty hidden from the eyes until darkness falls. That is the paradox of your night. It revealed things you could not see in the light. Stars of wisdom, constellations of strength, galaxies of resilience. Without night, you would never have noticed them. The night also protects. Seeds sprout in darkness. Roots grow underground, and the womb cradles life hidden from sight. Night is not only absence, it is shelter. In your darkest moments, unseen growth was happening. You thought you were buried, but you were planted. You thought it was an ending, but it was a beginning in disguise. Consider Joseph in prison, forgotten by men, hidden in shadows, years slipping by. To him, it must have felt like endless night, yet it was there that his gift matured. His character deepened, and his preparation was completed. When morning came, it came suddenly. One call, one word, and the dungeon gave way to the palace. That is how God works. Night lingers, then morning breaks swiftly, almost without warning. Perhaps your night has been loneliness, when friends scattered and silence echoed, or grief, when loss hollowed your heart, or waiting, when answers seemed endlessly delayed. Whatever its form, it felt suffocating. But chosen one, hear this: the night has limits. It cannot last forever. Dawn is already written into creation. Darkness bows to light every morning, without fail. Imagine a watchman on the walls of a city. Through the long hours, he scans the horizon. Shadows stretch. Silence deepens. But he keeps his post. And then, faint at first, a glow appears. The sky shifts. The air changes. The first rays pierce the horizon. That is your promise. The night has tested you, but morning is certain. There is something sacred about surviving the night. Those who endure its silence carry depth in their eyes. They speak with weight, not because they avoided darkness, but because they walked through it and lived. Night survivors become morning messengers. Their testimony is not theory, it is light born in shadow. And here is the wonder: joy always feels sharper after sorrow. Light feels brighter after darkness. Peace feels deeper after storms. Morning does not erase the night, it transforms it. The very memory of your tears will one day magnify your laughter. The echo of your cries will one day amplify your song. Think of the disciples after the crucifixion. Their night was real. Hope seemed dead. The grave sealed. The promise buried. But on the third day, morning came, not in metaphor but in resurrection. What seemed like the darkest night in history became the dawn of eternal life. Your night. 2. Holsiden resurrection. Chosen one. You are not cursed for having nights. Every chosen one has them. Abraham, under starry skies, childless but promised. Jacob, wrestling in midnight hours, limping into dawn with a new name. Hannah, weeping in the temple until morning brought her Samuel. Nights are not signs of failure. They are the proving grounds of faith. Lift your eyes, even if heavy with tears. Look for the stars your night has revealed. Listen for the whispers your silence has uncovered. Feel for the strength your waiting has grown. Night has not been wasted, it has been working. And soon, sooner than you imagine, the sky will shift. The first rays will break, and you will rise. Not broken, but radiant, carrying testimony that joy does come in the morning. So, do not despise the night. Let it do its work. Let it deepen your roots, sharpen your faith, quiet your soul. For when dawn arrives, you will carry not only light, but wisdom. Not only joy, but authority. Not only hope, but resilience. Chosen one. Your night has an end, and its end is nearer than you think. Hold on, for the horizon is already glowing. And when the first rays of dawn finally break, you will realize why the night lasted as long as it did. It was not wasted. It was weaving wisdom into your soul. Without it, you would not treasure the morning. Without it, you would not recognize the value of light. The night stretched your endurance so the morning could magnify your joy. Picture a field after heavy rain. The soil is soaked, the air fresh, the earth fragrant. Crops that endured the storm now drink deeply, ready to flourish. Your tears have watered your future in the same way. Every cry became rain, softening hard ground, preparing it for fruitfulness. The morning sun will not rise on barren land, it will rise on fertile soil, ready to bloom. And here is the promise: when joy comes, it will not come timidly, it will not creep in quietly. It will burst forth like sunrise, unstoppable, undeniable, uncontainable. What once felt endless will suddenly feel like it was only a moment. You will look back on your night and say, "It was heavy, but it was worth it. The joy outweighs it all." And, chosen one, your night has been long, but morning is not a dream, it is coming. And when it arrives, you will not only rejoice for yourself, you will carry dawn for others, still waiting in the dark. There are crowns in heaven's design, not made of gold or adorned with jewels, but of endurance, faithfulness, and victory. Chosen one, you have been running a race, not for applause, not for earthly recognition, but for a crown that cannot perish. This crown is not given to the swiftest or the strongest, but to those who endure, those who refuse to quit, those who keep their eyes fixed on the prize, even when the path grows long. As the Apostle Paul declared in his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 25, everyone who competes in the games goes into strict training. They do it to get a crown that will not last, but we do it to get a crown that will last forever. Your life has been such a race. Some days felt like quick victories, sudden breakthroughs, answers arriving fast. But most days have been marathons, long stretches of waiting, seasons of endurance, miles covered without seeing the finish line. And yet, you kept running. That is what sets the chosen apart, not speed, but perseverance. Think of an athlete training in secret, hours of discipline, sweat poured out in silence, body pushed to its limits when no one is watching. The applause of the crowd is absent, but the determination remains. That is you. Heaven has seen your unseen endurance. your private faith, your hidden prayers. Every step has been recorded, every tear noticed, every sacrifice counted. The crown you pursue is incorruptible. Earthly crowns tarnish. Titel fad. Applause dies out. But this crown, this eternal recognition remains. It is not placed by human hands, but by the hand of the King himself. To wear it is not pride but honor, the mark of one who has been faithful to the call. Imagine a runner near the end of a marathon. Muscles ache, lungs burn, strength wanes, every fiber screams to stop. Yet something deeper pushes forward, not the body, but the will. And then, at last, the finish line appears. The runner stumbles across, exhausted but triumphant. That moment is not just about endurance, it is about reward. You, too, will see your finish line, and when you cross, the crown will be waiting. But let us not miss this. Crowns are not only for the end of life. There are crowns given in seasons, moments when heaven acknowledges your endurance and places fresh authority on your head. Every time you endure a trial, overcome temptation, or press through darkness, you receive fresh crowns, crowns of wisdom, crowns of authority, crowns of resilience. Think of Joseph again, from pit to prison to palace. Each stage crowned him in different ways. The pit stripped him of pride. The prison crowned him with endurance. The palace crowned him with authority. Your life carries the same layers of crowning. What you endured yesterday is shaping the crown you wear today. And crowns do something else. They are visible. Others see them. Even if they cannot explain them, they sense the authority, the weight, the glow of someone who has endured. Your crown is not for decoration, it is for demonstration. It shows the world what faithfulness looks like, what resilience produces, what grace sustains. Perhaps you doubt your worthiness for such a crown. You see your failures, your weaknesses, your stumbles along the race. But hear this, crowns are not given to the flawless, they are given to the faithful. Paul himself admitted his weakness, yet he pressed on. Peter denied, yet he was restored. David fell, yet he was crowned. Your crown is not disqualified by weakness, it is secured by persistence. Imagine a blacksmith forging a crown. Metal is heated, hammered, shaped, refined. Sparks fly, pressure mounts, fire roars. To the untrained eye, it looked destructive, yet out of the process emerges beauty. That is your life, the fires you faced, the pressures you endured, the hammering of trials. All of it has been shaping your crown. And when the day comes that you stand before the King, crown in hand, you will not cling to it in pride. You will lay it at his feet, overwhelmed by the truth that every step you took was sustained by him. Your crown will not be your boast, it will be your worship. Chosen one, run with endurance. The race is not over, but the crown is already assured. Every mile you complete, every battle you win, every night you endure is shaping it. And when you receive it, you will understand it was worth it all. Lift your head, straighten your steps, keep your eyes on the prize, for the incorruptible crown awaits, and you are closer to it than you think. And even now, as you press on, know that your crown is being shaped in silence. Each act of kindness unseen by men, each prayer whispered in solitude. Each moment you chose faith instead of fear. These are the jewels being set into it. Heaven wastes nothing. What feels ordinary to you becomes extraordinary in eternity's record. Think of a crown not just as an ornament, but as a mantle. It is the sign of one entrusted with authority. When you walk into a room, the unseen crown speaks louder than words. It tells the atmosphere, this one has endured, this one has overcome, this one carries weight. That weight is not to crush you, but to steady others who lean on your faith. And remember, crowns are not stored away in vaults of heaven, they are worn in life. They are not just rewards for later, they are strength for now. When you feel weary, remember the crown being woven through every step. There is a silence that comes at the end of a long journey, a holy quiet. Not of emptiness, but of completion. Chosen one. You are standing at such a silence now. The echoes of your trials, the weight of your battles, the long nights of your waiting have brought you to this sacred threshold. And here, heaven speaks not of beginnings only, but of fulfillment. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy. Chapter 4, verse 7, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. These words are not of defeat, but of triumph. They are the anthem of one who endured, one who pressed on, one who refused to let go, even when the path grew dark. And now, they are your anthem too. Your life has not been random. It has been a story written with precision, woven with divine care. Every valley you walked was preparation. Every fire you endured was refinement. Every battle you fought was confirmation. The scars you carry are not marks of shame, but of victory. They are proof that you did not break, that you did not bow, that you did not quit. Imagine a warrior returning from battle. His armor is dented. His sword is worn. His body is weary. But in his eyes shines a light that cannot be quenched. He has fought and survived. He has endured and prevailed. That is you, not unscarred, but unbroken, not untouched, but undefeated. And beyond the fight, beyond the pain, there is joy, the joy of knowing that nothing was wasted. The tears became rivers that watered your future. The storms became winds that pushed you forward. The delays became classrooms where wisdom grew. What felt like setbacks were setups. What felt like endings were beginnings. What felt like silence was preparation for songs. Think of the tapestry again. From the underside, knots and tangles, colors clashing without sense. But when turned over, beauty emerges, patterns precise, meaning revealed. That is your life. What once seemed chaotic now reveals itself as art. The hand of the weaver was steady all along, even when you could not see the design. Chosen one. You are proof that faith survives. You are evidence that promises are true. You are the living testimony that darkness does not win, that light cannot be extinguished, that grace is stronger than failure. Lift your eyes, for this is not the end of your story, but the unveiling of its meaning. The race has been long, but the finish line shines ahead. The crown is not fantasy, it is reality. And the one who called you is faithful to reward you. Hear this, you are not forgotten. Heaven has recorded every step, every whisper, every tear. The scroll of your life is treasured in eternity. And the reward waiting is beyond measure. You may feel small in the eyes of the world, but in the courts of heaven, you are celebrated. Imagine the moment when the King himself places a crown upon your head, not because you were flawless, but because you were faithful. The weight you feel then will not crush you, it will lift you, for it is the weight of glory, and you will know, beyond all doubt, that every pain was worth it, every night was worth it, every step was worth it, for you will stand, crowned and complete, not only as a survivor, but as a victor. So, let your soul rest now, not in passivity, but in peace. Peace that comes from knowing the end is secure, the victory assured, the crown unshakable. Let the silence of fulfillment settle into you, for you have run well, fought well, endured well, chosen one. You are unshakable, you are unstoppable, and your story is eternal. And yet, even in this holy silence, there is more than just rest, there is anticipation. Peace does not mean stagnation, it means preparation for glory, still unfolding. Just as a seed rests underground before breaking into bloom, so your spirit now rests not to end, but to rise into greater fulfillment. The silence you feel is not empty, it is pregnant with promise. Think of the ocean at dawn. The waves are calm, the horizon painted with light. To the untrained eye, it seems still, but beneath the surface, currents move, tides shift, and new life stirs. Your peace is the same. On the surface, it feels like stillness, but beneath, heaven is aligning currents of destiny, preparing to lift you higher than you imagined. Chosen one. This is not merely the end of trials, but the beginning of triumph. The seasons of testing have forged you into steel, but now that steel will be shaped into a sword for others. Your scars will speak as wisdom. Your endurance will teach as authority, and your faith will blaze as fire. Do not mistake completion for conclusion. You have finished chapters, but the book continues. You have crossed finish lines, but new races await. Eternity is vast, and your role within it is not shrinking, it is expanding. You will carry your story as a banner, your crown as a testimony, and your voice as a trumpet that calls others forward. And this, too, must be said. The glory you carry now is not fragile. It cannot be stolen, diluted, or undone. What heaven crowns, no hand can remove. What heaven seals, no power can break. You are anchored in eternity, and your legacy will echo beyond your lifetime. So let your soul rest, not in surrender to weariness, but in the assurance that you have become what you were always meant to be, not perfect, but proven, not flawless, but faithful, and faithfulness, more than anything else, is what eternity celebrates. Chosen one. Lift your gaze. Beyond the silence lies song. Beyond the crown lies glory. Beyond this moment lies forever. Chosen one. Before this script closes, let me speak to your heart one last time. You have walked with me through valleys and mountaintops, through fire and silence, through storms and songs. You have endured each section, not by accident, but because something in your spirit knows these words were for you. And now, as we seal this journey, there is one more invitation. Your light is not meant to be hidden. And here is how you can let it shine in simple, powerful ways, ways that seem small, but ripple into eternity. First, your like is a spark. Imagine a vast forest at night, cold and dark. One spark may look fragile, but when combined with many, the forest warms and glows. When you press like, you are not just clicking a button, you are adding your flame to a fire of encouragement that spreads further than you know. Second, your share is like casting bread upon the waters. To you, it feels like a simple act, but the waters carry it far, feeding people you will never meet. Someone weary, scrolling in silence, may stumble upon a word that saves them all because you pressed share. Third, your comment is a stone of remembrance. Think of Joshua placing stones after Israel crossed the Jordan. So generations would ask, what do these stones mean? When you comment, you leave a marker for others, a visible testimony that says, I was here, I received, I believed, I. Fourth, your subscription is like planting a vineyard. You don't plant a vine for a single season, you plant it for harvests that last. When you subscribe, you are choosing to root yourself in a stream of life-giving words, like a tree planted by a river. You stay nourished, even in drought. And let me tell you this clearly, none of these acts are obligations. They are invitations, not burdens, but blessings. They are ways to shine your light, to add your thread, to join the symphony. You are free, always. But in freedom, you can choose beauty, the beauty of joining your spark with others, your seed with the field, your voice with the choir. Imagine a lantern festival. Each person lights one lantern and releases it into the night sky. Alone, it drifts quietly, but together, thousands fill the heavens, transforming the darkness into wonder. That is what happens when chosen ones like you engage when you like, share, comment, and subscribe. Together, the sky glows. So let your heart decide. If these words touched you, if you felt the weight of destiny stir in your spirit, then act, not because you must, but because you may, not because of pressure, but because of purpose. Press like as your spark, press share as your seed, write your comment as your stone of remembrance, choose to subscribe as your vineyard. And in doing so, you are not just supporting words, you are spreading light. You are multiplying hope. You are anchoring your spirit in streams that never run dry. Chosen one, let this be your final act in this journey, to shine, to sow, to speak, to stay, and may heaven see it, multiply it, and use it to carry your light into places you will never go, to hearts you will never meet, to stories you will never know until eternity reveals the full harvest. For you are chosen, not only to receive light, but to release it. And your act today, simple, small, sacred, can change everything. And as you decide, may your heart feel peace, not pressure. These invitations are not chains to bind you, but wings to lift you. Whether you press like, whether you share, whether you leave a comment, or choose to subscribe, let it flow from a place of joy. Because when joy leads, your action becomes worship, and even the smallest act carries eternal fragrance. So, go gently. but go boldly. Carry light into the world in ways that feel true to you. And remember, what matters most is not how loud your action is, but how sincere your heart is. Heaven delights in sincerity more than grandeur. Chosen one. Whatever you choose, may your life shine brighter, your hope run deeper, and your days be marked with unshakable peace. For you are not just a receiver of blessings, you are a blessing yourself.